the African continent with this particular roadmap. There are 13 research infrastructures. I'm going only to speak shortly to the 3 of them that you see there in bold. They are in different areas, and because you are here and you specialize in different areas, I'm sure some of these will be relevant for you. So you can just go and search for the roadmap, and then you can find what we are doing as a country and what opportunities you can find that are associated with this roadmap. In the case of the NRF, we are implementing 3 research infrastructures that you see in bold there, where we are observing over land, we are observing along our coast, and we are also observing all the way going to Antarctica. NIC is there, which is the Center for High Performance Computing, SANREN, which is responsible for high-speed connectivity, and DIRISA, which is responsible for big data in terms of storage and us being able to analyze the data as seen as cross-cutting in terms of those research infrastructures. With FTUN, there are 6 landscapes that have been identified. I remember, I think when we went through the proposals, there was one from University of Limpopo. Unfortunately, that one did not make it. So these are the 6 that have been identified where we will be putting up really dense observations, automatic weather stations. We'll be observing what's happening in terms of the water that flows there, the amount. We are taking samples so that we can check the quality of the water. We are interested in what's happening with atmospheric chemistry. We are interested in the biodiversity that is happening there. Where we've got communities, we are also interested in how the communities are engaging with their environment. So we will be observing all of that, and all those observations are available for all South Africans to use. Then we've got the shallow marine and coastal research infrastructure. With this one, we've got 4 sentinel sites. So we do go out into the waters. We observe what's happening in terms of the water temperature. There are profiles that we are observing. We are observing what's happening with the biodiversity. We've got cameras that we put up in the water. We've got divers that we work with. We even have a hyperbaric chamber that the divers would be able to rely on. Again, this is a data that can be used for some of you that are interested in Earth system studies and you want to work on a specific area, one of the sentinel sites, you can go there, use the data, analyze, and understand how our environment is changing. We also have an aircraft as part of this research infrastructure. After a disaster occurs, we will go out with our aircraft and just observe what has happened in terms of the damage, and we will take that information and share it with the responsible municipalities. And we've got the South African Polar Research Infrastructure. I mentioned that so South Africa is responsible for what we call Met Area 7, which means in terms of the meteorology that is happening or the weather that is happening in the oceans, we are responsible from what's happening from the equatorial regions going all the way to Antarctica. The Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment have a huge vessel, the SAPGRD 2, which takes researchers on it, and they will take some of these researchers to your Gulf Islands. They will take researchers to the Marion Islands. Some of the researchers even end up going to Antarctica. So there are some research paths that this big vessel will follow, and as it's going, there are observations that we will be taking. And as I said, these are really important. I showed that the majority of the disasters we experience in South Africa occur because of floods. And these floods occur because of the weather systems that we call cut-off low systems. So these are weather systems that occur over the oceans, and then as they come over us, and then you have landfall, and then you've got the types of impacts, which is why it's important that we observe our oceans. We also run ocean models. I mentioned numerical weather prediction, and then with seasonal forecasting, I mentioned that you need to couple the two, but we also run ocean models separately. We've got a program called Sumisana. So in terms of running ocean models, University of Cape Town is the one that was sort of leading, but they are not really I think in terms of the lecturing of ocean modeling, I hear that it has diminished a little bit. So within Sion, we've got a workshop that we run once a year. We get postgraduate students coming to learn about how to run ocean models. So if you are interested in learning about running ocean models, you can just check on our website when we make a call for this training workshop. So in terms of what we've got at the moment, as I mentioned, funded by government, so our research infrastructures platforms should assist school learners, they should assist school educators. We do engage with the school educators, teach them GIS, because GIS is included now in the curriculum. So most of them who don't work with computers would generally not know how it works. So we would go there, make sure we bring laptops with us so that they understand as well what they teach. And as from what we've heard, the school learners start performing better once the teachers have received training in GIS. Our landscapes are available for the postgraduate students. For you, you can come there, set up your experiments. You can use the data that we collect from there for the researchers as well as for the policymakers. I'm just showing a number of photos there that just show that we are not just sitting in the offices or just going out in the field without engaging with the communities. We do engage with different communities. I mentioned that the data we have is available. We've got an open data policy, and an organization cannot have an open data policy if it does not have platforms for people to be able to download the data sets. So we received an award early this year in July, the NSTF South 32 Awards. These are considered as the Oscars of science in South Africa. Our data platform through our Ulwazi node, which is responsible for our ICT and data platform, received this award, and we were competing against some of the best here in the country. So if you go onto our catalog, you'll be able to download the data sets. We also host the South African Risk and Vulnerability Atlas, so you can go there, and there's a GIS platform that allows you to display different layers that you could be interested in. So here it's just to mention the SARVA. Again, we were here early in the year engaging with the Professor Ayisi's team, and we also engaged with Professor Bobabe Mababa and Professor Chigore, where we were talking about how we can collaborate going forward. And that is because SCION was formed as part of the global change challenge of the DSI, and similarly the risk and vulnerability science centers were formed like that. So we should be collaborating to make sure that there's more information on this platform, on SARVA, to assist our communities and government to be able to make decisions. So these are just some examples of the equipments we have. I mentioned the aircraft that we have. We've got some moorings. Our postgraduate students go out onto vessels to be able to collect their samples. I mentioned the hyperbaric chamber, which we need there in case of a diving disaster. We are interested in the biodiversity. You can see that Lara is speaking to a postgraduate student, engaging about what they observed there, and you can also see an automatic weather station. That one is right on top of the Drakensberg mountain, and we are not able to reach it without that helicopter. So this is my last slide, and I would say the message here is really that in terms of the observations we have in South Africa, we are doing better compared to the rest of the continent, but we still have sparse observations, and part of the reason is that most of the sensors that we use are imported. So I don't know if there are engineers in this room, but the question I keep asking is, why are we importing all of these? Where are the engineers in South Africa? Why are they not developing these sensors so that we don't have to import everything? Because if we were buying locally, we would be able to get a proper network. In terms of weather and climate modeling, the universities that have led in this area are University of Pretoria and University of Cape Town. So we've not really seen much contribution coming from the HDIs. And this is a very easy area to get into. If University of Limpopo said they'd really like to get into weather and climate modeling, you find a model, you download it, You run it on the Center for High Performance Computing System, you analyze your results, and then that would be the first step, and then the next step would then be starting to get to really understand what is happening inside the model so that we can improve these models. There's a big opportunity now coming with deep learning. So the meteorologists have used statistical modeling where you would have your predictor, for example, in the example I gave of sea surface temperatures in the equatorial Pacific Ocean and our rainfall, you will have your sea surface temperatures as your predictor and our rainfall as a predictant. The model is trained, and then we get forecast, but that is the traditional statistical models that we have been using, but we are now finding that with the deep learning procedures that are coming up, they are starting to outperform these expensive models that we are running. So there is an opportunity there also for students that are interested in that area to start seeing how we can use deep learning models in South Africa to improve our weather forecasts, to improve our seasonal forecasts. And then we've got ring-fenced funding for honor students, master students, and PhD students. So this is for people that would be working directly with SCION as a national facility of the NRF. And then we also have opportunities for research associates. With research associates, if you are our research associate, when you publish, you can also get some money that is kept at SCION that you can use either to travel or to pay for more papers as you continue to publish. And as I mentioned, all our platforms are available for you to use, and we've got science engagement working with different groups. So this is my last slide, and I want to say thank you again for inviting me back home.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Upape, for the interesting talk, a talk that actually opens the eyes of some of us who are not really into that space. So thank you so much. So we're going to open this time now for questions, comments, or any contribution that you would like to make following this talk. There will be mics that are being moved around. Let's see if we have any questions, comments. You can raise your hands. Can I see?
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I have just a few questions to ask, maybe as a follow-up with respect to the presentation that you have made. The first thing that I wanted to ask was the data provision, but I've addressed that there is a site that a student can access data from. Then the other thing that I want to check is with respect to the predictions that you make, especially the climatic events that do happen. And I want to check in terms of the data sharing, when you predict something, when you share this information to some institution, how well received is those information? Because more often, I think we are caught off guard when we know that we have this institution which are there to assist us to predict such events, but then the country seems not to be well prepared. So I just want to check how well received, or maybe in terms of the collaboration with other institutions who are then supposed to take or make use of such information that you provide them. Then the other aspect that I wanted to check is the issue of infrastructure with respect to research. I think in your presentation, you actually make some reference to say there are some infrastructure that are not available, and for that you have to travel to other countries where you need possibly to try conduct some experiment over that side. And my question is, what is the country doing with respect to developing its own infrastructure for research? Because our research may then be limited because of lack of infrastructure. that we may need to have in order to conduct this research. Lastly, I want to just comment on the ring fence funding for postgraduate students. I'm seeing this pattern growing in a number of where funding is being ring fenced for special needs. And I'm asking myself that those areas where there are no advocates to say, let us ring fence some funding for this type of students or this type of areas, what will happen to such kind of things? Are we not going to end up suffocating other areas which could be of more important as well in respect to as far as research is concerned? Thank you.
I think I'm going to answer because there are a number of questions there. I think with the first one, let me start by saying in terms of the Weather and Climate Services mandate, that is actually with the South African Weather Service. So we come in because we are under science and innovation just to assist in terms of the research, and then the observations that we take can also be sent to the South African Weather Service to inform the forecasts. But because I worked there, I can tell you that they do work with the National Disaster Management Center because COGTA as a department is the one that is responsible for disasters as they occur. When the forecasters are issued, I mean, every day when you watch your news, you will see that the warnings will be shared. And in fact, they've moved to what they call impact-based forecasting, where they are proud to say they communicate what the weather will do as opposed to what the weather is going to be, because then people do not know what to do if you just tell them this is what the weather is going to be, but they talk to what the weather is going to do so that those that need to respond know what to do. There are definitely still challenges just in terms of dissemination, but if there's a warning, it does go to the NDMCs. The other thing that they've been doing recently is that when there's a disaster, they would even issue a media release, and then in that way, the news houses will pick up on it, and then you'll see it in no time. You'll see that a lot of these news houses are reporting on the event. But I think the challenge that we have in that we have these disasters isn't necessarily the problem alone of communication. I show those 4 pillars where we say you need to understand your vulnerabilities. I mean, that is something where human settlements, for example, should come in and remove people so that people do not live in floodplains, because there are some areas where by staying on them, you are just exposing yourself to these high impacts of this extreme weather. Because you can actually, there's a difference, if an extreme weather occurs in the desert somewhere where nobody is staying, and then you have an extreme weather event that occurs over a city, that one will have bigger impact simply because there are people that it is impacting. Then there are still issues. The forecasts themselves are not perfect. With the 2022 disaster, the models could pick that there was a system occurring, but somehow the rainfall was underestimated. And then as the event was occurring, then there were warnings, like the levels of the warnings now had to be raised as the event was occurring because of the shortcomings that are still there just in terms of the systems that we are using. And then your question was really regarding the response and communication. No, in fact, just dissemination and communication, and then there is an issue of the response as well, that if I'm staying in my house and you tell me there's this disaster, your area is going to be flooded, where do I go? So it also speaks to the question of the country being able to respond, and in that way we can say as a country that we are climate resilient. Then your second question was regarding research infrastructures. So we are limited just in terms of the funding that is available in South Africa. I think our target, we would like to see South Africa getting 1.5% of the GDP going into research and development. At the moment, I think we are still at around 0.6%, which is why as a country we are having to pick what research infrastructure we invest in. But as I mentioned, with the SARIR, the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap, South Africa, as I know, is really the only African continent that has got that. So there is indeed a lot of progress. I mentioned the Center for High Performance Computing. It started in 2006. Before then, when I did my honors a long time ago, I could only make simulations for just 1 month. I had to pick January as representing summer, pick July as representing winter, and then also pick the 10 years now and the 10 years in the future, the specific ones, because we did not have enough computational resources. But ever since we had the CHPC here in South Africa, you are really able to make a whole lot of simulations. In my area, I know University of Limpopo is really big also on the CHPC in the, from their material science department. So it's not that we've got everything, but we are certainly better than most of the African countries. But like I said, as you know, there's just a limitation in terms of the funding that can be available. There are those 13 that have been identified. Initially, there were 17, and then there was a process that was followed, and then they were limited to 13. But I imagine that as funding becomes available, they may want to increase them, so that it's not only 13 research infrastructures that we are implementing, but there are more. But definitely, as South Africa, we want to move away to suitcase science. Ring-fenced funding, you have a point there that, you know, once you've got funding that is ring-fenced, that means you will basically be ignoring some of the areas. But some of the ring-fence funding is really to say there are some investments. The ring-fence funding that I was talking to is funding that is basically within the NRF, that there is a lot of funding that has gone into the 5 national facilities that I have mentioned in astronomy, in nuclear science, and in the environmental sciences. And we would like to see those being used and benefiting the society. But funding is also still available that is open for all the other areas. But you do have a point that where you don't really have, you know, advocates, it could be that some of the areas get ignored. But I think that funding is really to assist so that we also get those research infrastructures really benefiting.
Okay, thank you. For the sake of time, 2 announcements. One, we will just allow 1 question per each so that we work well with time. And also, when you ask questions, there is a request that you should stand up for an easy picking by the camera. So let's see if we've got some questions.
Hi, Dr. Bupape. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I just recently found out that Asia has the highest rate of natural disasters. And I was wondering, what about the geography of the Asian continent compared to South Africa makes them susceptible to such disasters? And if so, how can they use AI prediction models to prepare for such disasters? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. So as I mentioned, I said we've got our weather because of where we are located. If you look, for example, at the tropical cyclones that we experience because of the Indian Ocean that is east of us, which is a tropical cyclone basin. So the reason why Asia would experience a lot of disasters is because of where they are located. They are hit a lot by a number of tropical cyclones. And then in India, for example, they also have monsoons that result in a whole lot of rainfall. The methods that I mentioned the models that we are using. I think, first of all, in terms of nowcasting, the weather radars that I've mentioned will apply for them as well. We've got satellite information that is also available that can be used where you don't really have proper, weather radar coverage. For example, over the oceans, that would not be available. So satellite information would really assist there. The models that I mentioned, where I said they are based on conservation of mass, momentum, and energy, they apply as well. So in Asia, I know India is using the unified model as well. In Japan, they have developed their different models. China has a whole lot of models, and they use the types of models that I have just mentioned, not necessarily the same ones that I've spoken to, but the loss of the atmosphere would work similarly. It's just that there are different assumptions that are made in the different models that are being used. But what I mentioned here as what we use here in South Africa is what they are using in Asia to be able to deal with the impacts of extreme weather events.
Okay, thank you very much. We will take just one more question and then we stop with the Q&A. One more, thank you.
My name is Gladness Mohale. Dr. Bopape, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. In your presentation, I've taken note that you're speaking a lot about the disasters related to the flooding. But maybe if I've missed it, perhaps my apologies. As you know, Limpopo is prone to prolonged period of drought, which I feel like is not really been given much attention, and its severe impact on the water resources in the country is very evident. And this threatens the food security of this poor province. And that's my contribution. And I wanted to find out, because you mentioned that, Sayon, you're doing your own weather and climate observation. And there's also ARC and South African Weather Service with also doing the same thing. I wanted to check your collaboration with those two institutions in terms of ensuring that there is adequate coverage on the ground. Because what we are experiencing is sometimes we realize there are some discrepancies on the data. And some of the monitoring stations, when looking, especially going to the catchment scale, there is limited data and there is climate varies significantly, and you are unable sometimes, that basically compromise your models and they become so much unrealistic in most of the cases. So I wonder if the three institutions can collaborate and ensure that there is adequate coverage of weather and climate monitoring on the ground. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that question. I think, first of all, just in terms of the comment with drought, you are right in that we actually tend to ignore it when we talk about extreme weather and climate events. And it is an extreme climate event that we should definitely be looking at. I attended the Global Change Conference last year in January where there was a session, and I think at the end of the session, the person that chaired the session actually said it's interesting that we've had a session and drought was not mentioned even once. There are seasonal forecasts that are produced. I know the South African Weather Service, they produce their seasonal forecasts. They work with the Department of Agriculture that have what they call extension officers that would go out to engage with the farmers. And then the ARC is also working with farmers on the ground just to see how they can respond to the forecast as they are coming out. Yes, in terms of reliability, it is a problem that we do not have enough observations. The reason why I was able to show a slide or a map that shows observations from these three different institutions is because we were working on a project funded by the Presidential Climate Commission where they said work together so that we can determine what we have in terms of the weather and climate services infrastructure in South Africa. And what was common from all of us was that for us to be able to continue taking long-term observations just with the stations that we have, we need more funding. And secondly, for us to expand, because we know we do not have enough ground observations for us to expand, we need even more money. So I think it's really a question of being able to convince National Treasury that the institutions that are responsible, that are custodians of these data sets, require more funding to be able to put up enough observations on the ground. But the collaboration is definitely there between the three institutions that you have mentioned.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please give her another round of applause? Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. The faculty has actually, in appreciation of what you have just fed us with, prepared something for you in the form of a token of appreciation, and we'll take a short moment to get that part done. Prof. Mokhanedi, could you please come forward, and Dr. Pape will have to go descend the podium. You can go that side. Are you taking pictures? Just wait. Okay, thank you very much. Let's allow her to sit first. Okay, so we're now moving on to the next presentations, and I have a few announcements to make so that we can know how we have to get this program unfolding. So first, let's all stick to time. Yes, we understand we are slightly behind now, but once we start, let's... Okay, with due respect, Dr. Pape, you are being requested to come back, and Prof. Mokhanedi. Okay, they will do it there. Oh, you want them here? Okay, they're saying here. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna have the parallel sessions. The School of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences will remain in this hall, which is Makulu Hall. And the School of Molecular and Life Sciences, they will have to go to the Rose Room. The School of Physical and Mineral Sciences, combined with the School of Mathematical and Computer Sciences, they will have to go to the Daylily Hall. So you will have to make your way out and go around the corner. Please don't go into Safari. That is where the health scientists are. And then, please, just a moment. Then the posters, SMCS, SPMS, and SAYS, poster presenters, the honor students, this is where you will do it. Behind these boards, that's where you will do it. And then in terms of accessing the full booklet, you may have seen the QR code that we've got printed sheets that are put up in the halls and also in the foyer here. Okay, in terms of the poster presenters, we will have the posters for those belonging to the School of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences putting up their posters on the boards first, because they are not enough. And I think that's it from my side. Please, let's get going. I'm looking at the time now. this is almost 12 minutes past, so 25 minutes past we'll be starting in our different halls. Thank you.
And I will be presenting to you on managing ethical practice within the environmental sector. I know this is a Faculty of Science and Agriculture Research Day, but I thought maybe let me bring the management side. Let me bring the management side of the sector into this Research Day. Thank you for having me, the organizers, and I'll try and move as quickly as I can. Like what the program director indicated, my name is Patrick Sitole. I'm the registrar and CEO of IPASA. I'll talk to that briefly. But the reason why I thought maybe it's important for me to bring in issues around ethical practice is because a lot of the issues that we have within the science sector, within the country, even as we speak right now, it's because of ethics. I know we can complain about the politicians to say they are not delivering on services, they are not doing what they are supposed to do. But at the end of the day, the scientists, the engineers are the ones who sit behind the desk. They are the ones who approve those projects. They are the ones who sign off those invoices for payment. And so we might be educated, but if we are not careful, we just become educated thieves, right? So let's just take note of that. You can see from my first slide, I've included a couple of other councils, so I will talk to that. Within the science field, there are a number of councils, and as scientists and practitioners, when you graduate, you need to belong to one of those councils for you to be able to do your work properly. In terms of the outline of my presentation, I'll just talk to briefly about where I'm from IPASA, the objectives of IPASA, and then talk about the other council's responsibilities as well. Now, IPASA, which is the Environmental Assessment Practitioners Association of South Africa, we are the council for environmental practitioners. And most of you guys who are from the Faculty of Science and from maybe departments connected with the Faculty of Science, you will one way or the other have to register with IPASA if you need to practice after graduation. I know there are other bodies, I'll talk about them as well, but I'll just want to talk to you briefly about IPASA. We are registered and appointed, we're appointed by the DFFE to manage the registration of environmental practitioners. We are a statutory professional body registered with SAQA. I think the rest of the stuff you can read. In terms of objectives, we've got 4 main objectives, which is the issue around quality. We are here to ensure that there's quality within the environmental sector, the environmental field, and everything that happens around that sector. We also promote CPD, continuous professional development, and we promote transformation in the sector, especially for black, female. It's part of our mandate, and just promote awareness within the environmental assessment practice. We also hold a role in terms of quality assurance, and those are 4 of the main roles. We design, develop qualification standards. We work closely with the Council on Higher Education. I think some of the guys and the lecturers at TEF, we've engaged with them, and we are currently developing a new qualification standard on environmental assessment with the CHE. We register IPS, we regulate the sector. I've touched on CPD as well. Now, just in terms of statistics, just briefly, IPASA was established in 2016 by the DFFE, And currently, we've got 1,300 members, 452 applications are being assessed, and we've got 488 candidate IPs. Now, in our registration, we register professionals and we register candidates. So when you graduate, you are supposed, the reason why we are dealing with the universities is we want you to be registrable as a candidate practitioner as soon as you graduate. So those are the two categories that we are registering. In terms of the roles, you guys are scientists and environmental people. Maybe you've got biologists, zoologists, chemists, physicists. And you play a very important role in development and in the protection and conservation of the environment. And that's why we need to regulate and register you and regulate how you operate within the sector. You also need to be equipped because usually you deal with a lot of multidisciplinary, a multidisciplinary team, which are your engineers to some extent, your social people to some extent as well. And you need to bring all these things together when you are dealing with your projects. And one of the things that I want to encourage us as scientists is to ensure that whenever you are working on a project, please ensure that you consider all the social, the economic, and the environmental issues on that project. What we have currently is a situation whereby scientists who work on projects get so excited about their projects that they forget that we still have people that still need to live. And so we stop projects purely on environmental issues instead of us thinking about the social side of people as well. Now, I've just added in that slide maybe just to give us an indication of the professionals within the sector that we deal with and the professionals that we have registered as IPASA. And some of the work, that's just a picture to show some of the work that the scientists do within the sector. You can see the roads. You can see, I think Dr. Bupape was talking to us about the floods. You can see a road that has been washed off by the floods. We see wastewater on the other side as well. So it's things that you guys handle on a day-to-day. Now, before I get into the talk on ethics and ethical practice, one of the things that we've picked up is most of you guys graduate from university and you don't even know anything about professional bodies, or you don't understand the professional bodies that you need to belong to. If you check on the SAQA website, it has got a lot of professional bodies, but in terms of science, since this is a science research day, I just picked on a couple of statutory bodies, professional bodies, non-statutory bodies that you need to be part of if you need to grow and progress in your life as a professional. Now, and I also want to highlight the differences because we have situations whereby people think voluntary associations are professional bodies, or people don't even know the difference between a statutory body and a non-statutory body. So within the statutory body, we've got IPASA, which is where I'm coming from. We've got SACNASP, which is the South African Council for Natural Professions, Scientific Professions. We've got the South African Geomatics Council, and we've got SACLEP. So more or less, most of you will belong to one of these statutory bodies. Why are they statutory? Because they were enacted by law. So that is why they are statutory. Now, within the SAQA accredited, you also have non-statutory bodies. And these bodies are, yes, they are accredited with SAQA, but it's not compulsory to register. So statutory is compulsory. If ever you are going to work in those fields, in the science field, in the environmental field, you have to be a registered professional. Non-statutory, yes, registered with SAQA, but you can choose whether or not you can register. And those, I've just highlighted some that I think are part where you guys may belong to, ASAPA, WISA, and the South African Institute of Physics. Then the voluntary associations, you've got your Institute of Waste Management, SA, for example, you've got your IESA as an example, and all the other maybe that you deal with, which are not statutory or non-statutory. Those are some of the organizations that you may need to register with to grow in your profession. And the next two slides just highlight why we need councils and why the councils are in place. And it's all about having professionals that adhere to the code of ethics, code of practice, code of conduct. And if there's an issue with a professional, the councils are the ones that are responsible for the investigations of that particular professional. And we are responsible as councils to implement and administer the code of conduct. And also we are responsible for the well-being of the registered professionals, because sometimes there may be abuse of our professionals by the public. That's another slide just to emphasize as well. Councils are obliged to take and take all the reasonable steps necessary to protect the public and the environment, and we investigate complaints by the professional, as I've indicated, and we are aware that some complaints or complainants out there try and stop projects. And for example, especially when you are dealing with EIAs, you may find you want to develop something in a particular area, and there are always these people that try and stop that project by submitting complaints and objections. We get to know about all those things as councils. Now, unethical behavior. I think this is where I wanted us what I wanted us to talk about. Unethical behavior doesn't only happen maybe because of politicians. We have scientists, we have engineers, we have people that can also be unethical at work, organizations that may be unethical at work. And one of the things that we've picked up is this topic is never taught quite a lot when students are still at university. You find yourself in an office in the municipality, and now you need to deal with brown envelopes, or you don't even understand what it means, then you end up getting entangled. And I'm here just to just make you aware and inform you that you need to understand and know about ethics and consider them seriously, because we don't want to read about you in the newspapers. So don't take this thing lightly. Don't get yourself involved in things that are not ethical. And this is like what I said, where a person or an individual or an organization, you get yourself involved in inappropriate issues or social standards. And I think I took a definition there from way back in 1991, in terms of moral standards, just to indicate that standards never change. Yes, we may change. Yes, you can call yourself AMA 2000 or whatever you want to call yourself, but the moral standard doesn't change, and the community is always going to, to judge you in terms of what you bring, forth. So let's always try and be professional in the way that we conduct, our scientific work. And just maybe to bring it a bit closer to home, what are those behaviors? And that's when you work on a project and there's self-benefit. You know you are not supposed to be doing what you are doing. Maybe if some of you postgrads, maybe you work for government, you are not supposed to be working on other projects which you are supposed to hand over to someone to work on those things. That's what we call self-benefit. Or you begin to call people and inform them that for them to get approved they need to pay something to you, or to get whatever approval they need, they need to pay something. That's self-benefit. Those are the things that we consider as unethical behavior. Lack of training, lack of professionalism, you just don't do your work properly, you just don't handle those around you properly. It is considered unethical. Conflict of interest, you are conflicted on a project. If I take an example of an environmental project, the business belongs to your father, but you want to conduct the EIA, or it belongs to your cousin and you are going to benefit and you want to conduct that environmental impact assessment, it's unethical. Or you want to be the scientist determining whether to build or not. Those are the things that we consider as unethical. Lack of accountability, incentivized behavior, misrepresentation of results while performing your task. You pick up that there is a protected species in a particular area, but then you say you indicate in your report that you didn't pick up anything. That's unethical. So we need to take note of all those things. Now, in us working with issues around ethics, we then need to comply with the relevant legislation. So you guys might be scientists, but my encouragement to you is please get to understand your law. Understand what you need to do, and read law as well, read legislation, so that you understand what you are getting yourself into. Don't just focus on the technical side of things. When you are signing up a contract or whatever you are signing, don't just sign. Try and understand what you are signing yourself into. Compliance with council constitution, I've talked about that. The council's code of ethics and understanding the rule books. And now this page, this section just tries to show you what we are dealing with on a day-to-day basis in terms of ethics. These are the common complaints that we receive. Misrepresentation of information, you pick up on something, you don't talk about it, you don't report on it, then we receive complaints about it. Plagiarism on reports. If there's anything that I tell students never to do is to copy and paste. Please do not copy and paste or get yourself too much into that kind of habit, because you will do that at work and it has got consequences. So copy and paste. You conduct your work without being professionally registered. You fraudulently use other professions' details. You conduct projects when there's conflict of interest, and inappropriate use of artificial intelligence. I know you guys love artificial intelligence. I've seen some talks on artificial intelligence, but you can't write your whole report on artificial intelligence. It's unethical. And when that gets picked up, it gets reported, and you get fired from your work. So let's use whatever we use, correctly. I'm almost towards the end. Examples of ethical fringes, we are all aware of the George building collapse. We were involved as part of the councils and the other engineering councils as well. And what some of the things that came up is the engineer, there were complaints against him. So every council, we keep a register. If we receive a complaint about you, we keep a register. So there were complaints against that engineer, and no one really did anything, and we ended up having to lose 34 people. The Maibuya school in Gauteng, built on a wetland. Maybe it's one of you scientists. Then you didn't highlight that there's a wetland, and you know what happened on that project as well. That's unethical. So these are just examples. The Jagersfontein tailings disaster, everybody knew about this thing for years. And government was told, the engineers, the environmental people knew about it until the dam collapsed. It's all ethics. It's ethical issues that we as scientists, we as professionals we need to consider when we leave this place and we are at work. Now, just a brief in terms of what we have at IPASA. I think you can see those numbers there. It's not nice. You know, we have received 38 complaints, 15 informal, 23 formal, 10 cases under investigation, and there are 4 professionals that have already been charged. So being ethical in your workplace is not a joke. You can be charged, you can lose your life, and it might not go well with you. Just to show some figures as well, if you are found guilty at IPASA, 1 contravention, 20,000 rand. And if you've broken more than 1, each contravention you pay. If you continue to break the rules, then you can get yourself dismissed. And that's my brief to you guys. My plea is, don't ignore the subject of ethics. Please, let's be ethical in everything that we do, and let's understand how we need to do our work on a day-to-day basis, and even in your studies. It starts now, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sithole. Do we have any questions from the floor? We have about 7 minutes left, so yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Mudipadi Kawa, and I need clarity, especially under the SECNAPs. I want to know, you mentioned that you're also tackling issues. I want to know that those issues that you're tackling, is unemployment also involved? And again, I need clarity on another question. Why do unemployed graduates continue to pay for the annual fee? Thank you.
Okay, maybe as they are moving the mic, I can respond. So, we are a professional body, and SACNAS, PIPASA, EXA, SACLEP, we are councils. So we don't necessarily directly deal with employment issues or so forth. We try and manage, we assist as well in engaging with the departments, the ministers, in order to find ways to create employment and so forth. In terms of the fees, I always say that's how the councils are structured. All the councils within the country are member-based or professional member-based. So for them to be functional and be able to operate, registered members need to pay their annual fees for them to be able to remain in good standing. And so it's part of the way the councils are structured in terms of membership. But other councils can give their members a break if there's an issue, and then you can always catch up. But then how do you know somebody's employed, unemployed, and so forth? And that's why year to year you need to just keep paying your membership.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the presentation, Dr. Stolle. I think at least by now I know the difference between statutory and non-statutory body. But my question is it an advantage not to be registered a professional, for instance, as I'm a member of SAC, a non-statutory body? Is it a disadvantage not to be a registered member, to be a professional like that? Thanks.
Okay, let's hope I heard you correctly. So, in terms of registration, there are statutory registration bodies. Those kind of councils, you cannot practice, just like a medical doctor. If you are not registered with the HPCSA or the pharmacist council, you can't practice. So if you are not registered with these councils, SACNAS, PIPASA, EXA, it's statutory, you can't practice. If you are practicing, it's illegal. And I didn't get to that, those slides in terms of where the legal issues lie. They are there in the Act. You can't practice, it's illegal. Then the other councils or the other bodies that are non-statutory, then it's fine. You can still operate in that field because it's non-statutory. It's not illegal as such, but for you to get maybe work, you may find there are companies that will only employ somebody who is a registered member of that particular council or professional body. So it then becomes an advantage as well in those instances where they only want to employ people that are part of professional bodies. Yeah.
Right, we'll allow one more question. Anyone else? There's one here.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Sam. I have just one question. In a case where you find someone is intervening with the ethical measures and then maybe she is found guilty, so how do you ensure that that person does not practice anymore? Do you have any measures that you take against that person to ensure that they are no longer practicing, or what?
All right, thanks for the question. Yes, we actually do. We just strike you off the register. And maybe if you are not aware, when, for example, with the environmental practitioners, whenever you submit your report, either to LIDET or to DFFE or Dudley in Mpumalanga or in Free State or wherever you are, they actually check on the register if you are a registered professional and if you are a member in good standing. If you are not on the register, they won't accept that report. So the same with SACNASP, with the scientists, for example, they only accept reports that have been written by professionally registered scientists. If they check and your certificate is not there and you are not on the register, then they will not accept the report. But then the next step is if you keep trying to work and you know you've been deregistered, then it becomes a legal issue. You can find yourself in trouble now with the law. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sithole. Let's give him a round of applause. So yes, I think we all understand now that claiming ignorance is not an excuse, and we want to be educated but not educated thieves. All right, so yes, if you guys don't know about ethical practices, this is a good motivation to get yourselves caught up on that. All right, now just some housekeeping things. We've got 2 students who are in the session who are not here to present. So I'm going to request that 2 students from the next session stay behind and present now. All right, so if you are Katuchelo Hlongwane, D4, and then also Jabulani and Tuli, D5. Are you guys here? Can you just show me? Yes, there's one. Okay, you both are here. So you 2 will be presenting now as well. All right. So first off, we're going to have Sibongile Nkosi, a master's student, presenting on the effects of COVID-19 and the livelihoods of smallholder farms at Ehlangeni region, the case of Lupisi. Now, I just want to also to the speakers just say I have these handy little cards. So I'm going to indicate to you, master's students have 7 minutes to present and then 3 minutes for questions. PhD students have 12 minutes to present and 3 minutes for questions. So when you have 5 minutes left, I'm going to show you this. I'm going to be in the corner there. When you have 2 minutes left, I'll hold this up, and when I stand up, your time is done. I'm going to start approaching you, so then you need to finish off with what you're ready with, or what you're busy with. All right, can I call that first speaker then, please? Are they here? So let me just see that name again. Sibongile Nkosi. All right, I guess we'll move on then to Katuchelo Hlongwane, please. PhD student. And she'll be talking about can Clarius charybdis, sorry for my bad scientific language there, utilize periphyton in aqua dams with net, plastic, and stone substrates. Please give her a hand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hlongwani KC. I'll be taking you some of the work that I've done with my supervisor, Prof. Moyo and Prof. Rapatsa Malaji. The title of the presentation is, Can Clarias Carpinas Utilize Periphyton in aquadam with net, plastic, and stone substrate? Most of you might know that aquaculture is one of the fastest growing food production sector. However, there are challenges with the cost of high fish food. Allow me to introduce you to periphyton-based aquaculture. This is a method where natural food is grown in a production system, then fish directly graze on it. The natural food that grows in the production system is called periphyton. My slide changed. I hope you can see. The picture that you see there is periphyton attached on a stone. And this food is nutritionally adequate to support the growth of most aquatic species. We have already established that tilapia species can utilize periphyton in different substrates. Now we want to look at Clarias carpinas and see if we can also utilize periphyton from different substrates. Why are we looking at Clarias? This fish is also one of the wealthy catches fish in Africa, and its production is low due to high fish cost. For those who don't know tilapia and Clarias, this is the tilapia fish. I want you to focus on the second picture, picture B, where the mouth of the fish is open and the upper lip is protruded. The other fish, the mouth is open, but the upper lip is not protruded. And this African catfish with the mouth open and closed. The challenge with periphyton-based aquaculture is that not all fish species can be cultured in it. Only fish species that have specialized mouth structures to be able to graze on the periphyton or substrate, they can be used in periphyton-based aquaculture. The main objective of the study is to determine the utilization of periphyton by African catfish on three different substrates. The study was conducted at Aquaculture Research Unit of University of Pompo in aquadams using 3 substrates, which was net, plastic, and stone. The experiment was conducted in a complete randomized design, and each substrate was replicated 3 times. Chicken manure was used to stimulate the growth of periphyton on the substrate. Then African catfish was allowed to graze on the periphyton for 6 weeks. 3 feeding regimes were designed to ensure that the African catfish is utilizing the periphyton on the substrate. N100, P100, and S100 were the control, where the fish were fed twice a day, every day, and the aquadams did not have periphyton substrate inside. N50, P50, and S50 were the first treatment where the fish were fed twice a day, every day, and the aquadams had periphyton substrate inside. N33, P33, and S33, the fish were fed once every 3 days, and the aquadams also had periphyton substrate inside. The temperature and the dissolved oxygen were kept at optimum range for farming African catfish. At the end of 6 weeks, the fish were taken from the aquadams, and the total weight and tunnel length were measured to calculate the growth performance indices. Also, the fish were also euthanized and gutted to remove the stomach and also the rectum intestine for fecal matter analysis. The feeding structure of African catfish and tilapia was also measured to be compared. Permutation test was used to compare the mean growth of all the growth performance indices in all the aquadams, in all the treatments. Then ANOVA was used to compare the mean growth of the growth performance in each substrate. DCA was used to identify the distribution of the food items in the stomach. When you look at the first quadrant of that plot, all the treatments are clustered around there where there is animal-based periphyton, meaning that these were the most abundant in the stomach. This is because African catfish is a predator and it prefers animal-based protein. Also, the intestine, the rectum intestine, was also used as for anal analysis. On the first quadrant, again, you can see all the treatments are clustered there, where there's diatoms and diffusia. These species have silica cell wall covering them, which is hard to break down. And most fish which can digest these species, they have silica reinforced teeth to break down the cell wall. When we go to, I'm sorry, my slide changed because of the font, but you can see the SGR and the condition factor of N100 is higher than the control, is higher than the other treatment where they were fed twice a day and once every 3 days. The same pattern was observed in aquadams with plastic substrate where the control had higher SGR and condition factor compared to the other substrate. This is because these are the control and they were receiving commercial diet every day, which is designed to maximize growth. But however, when you go to aquadams with the stone substrate, the treatment which was receiving food once every 3 days had higher condition factor, percentage weight gain, and SGR compared to the control and S50. This is because African catfish is a benthetic feeder and it feeds well from the bottom. And it also shows that African catfish was able to effectively utilize all the periphyton which was growing on the stone substrate. We also compared the growth performance that was growing in all substrates, and we found that each substrate was affecting the growth performance of African catfish differently. This was because the periphyton that is growing on the substrate is also affected by the type of the substrate that is used, and it also affects the quality of the quality of the periphyton that is on the substrate, meaning that fish have different amount of periphyton that is available for them to utilize. And stone had better periphyton, better quality of periphyton that was available for African catfish. The mouth structure of African catfish was wide, and it allowed it to be able to feed on large range of different sizes of periphyton. That's why green algae to insect was identified in the stomach of African catfish. When we checked the pre-maxillary processability of African catfish, it was smaller compared to tilapia, and this limited African catfish to effectively utilize periphyton from the net and plastic substrate. That is why the control had better growth compared to the other treatment. However, the lower jaw extensibility of African catfish was larger compared to tilapia, and this allowed African catfish to be able to effectively utilize the periphyton that was growing on the stone substrate. To conclude, the study has shown that African catfish can utilize periphyton from net, plastic, and stone, and it can also effectively scoop all the periphyton that is growing on the stone because of its large lower jaw extensibility. And we saw that periphyton was able to compensate for the growth that the fish were not getting from commercial diet. However, African catfish was not able to effectively or fully digest diatoms, macrocysts, and diffusia because of lack of gastric juices and silica reinforced teeth to break the cell wall. This study concludes that we can use periphyton to grow African catfish, and we use stone substrate as substrates in aquadams or similar impoundments. These are the references that are used for the presentation. I'd love to acknowledge my supervisors and the sponsor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Katishello. You still have 5 minutes left. So there's 5 minutes for questions if we have questions. Anyone want to know anything more about the catfish? No questions? Okay, we have a question here in the front. We're just here. You just indicate the second. Oh, you were good.
Thank you so much for the nice presentation. I'm interested in this periphyton because we grow up thinking it's dirty and something like that. But I can see that your fish, they are feeding on them. Maybe if you can just, for clarity, just to tell us what does it have? What does it have some nutrients or some minerals that are good for the fish or what?
Okay, when I sent them to the lab for proximate composition, I did not check for amino acid profile or anything like that. But I found that the periphyton, on each substrate, it was different. The one growing on net substrate, it has higher protein compared to the protein content compared to the periphyton growing on the stone and plastic. Then the one growing on the plastic substrate has higher carbohydrates and energy compared to that one growing on the net substrate. So the data is not presented here because it's not complete. I only did the general one where I checked for ash, moisture, carbohydrates, fat, lipid, and also lipid was more on plastic compared to net, because you can see here on this stone, there are types that are different periphyton compared to the one growing here on the net. I think yes. And also different from those one growing here on the plastic. So they all have different composition depending on the type of the substrate.
Anyone else with a question? All right, let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you so much. You can take it. All right, so the next speaker is Jabulani Ntuli. Can I just ask the adjudicators who are busy marking or giving grades for the students to please just compile everything now and then have it at the end of your row, or have it available for Prof. Chasi to just pick up now, all right? So when you finish adjudicating and marking, just have it ready for Prof. Chasi to pick up. All right, you can put it in so long. All right, so Jabulani will be talking to us about the reduction of inorganic fertilizer application through integrated nutrient management under high temperatures and marginal soils cultivated with deficit irrigated potatoes. All right, you're good.
Yes, I'm good. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jabulani Ntuli, and I'll be presenting to you a study on reduction of inorganic fertilizer application through integrated nutrient management under high temperatures and marginal soils cultivated with deficit irrigated potatoes. The study was conducted with Dr. Hadebe and Prof. Ngobese. Currently, agricultural systems are heavily reliant on inorganic fertilizer application to meet crop nutrient requirements. As indicated in the first graph, the inorganic fertilizer usage in sub-Saharan Africa has increased tremendously in over time. However, the current potato yields do not correspond with the increasing inorganic fertilizer application. You look at the second graph there, potato yields have stagnated and remained low in sub-Saharan Africa despite the increase in this usage of inorganic fertilizers. Therefore, we then looked at integrated nutrient management that incorporates cultivar selection and soil cover as a potential solution to reduce excessive use of these chemicals while maintaining or optimizing crop yield. Then the study aimed at identifying a package of practices that are centered on judicious inorganic fertilizer application, cultivar selection, and soil cover that attains acceptable potato yields while reducing inorganic fertilizer application. We then conducted our study at the University of Limpopo Experimental Farm over 2 summer potato growing seasons under deficit irrigation. Our experiment were laid out as split plot arrangement using RCPD and replicated 3 times. The integrated nutrient management factors included 3 fertilizer application rates, which served as the main blocking factor. Then we had 2 soil cover levels, which served as a sub-blocking factor. Then each sub-block consisted of the 4 potato cultivars, which now served as the 3rd factor. Now, looking at our fertilizer application rates, there were 3 fertilizer application rates, which were 100%, 50%, and 0% of the recommended fertilizer application rates, which were based on soil test and also based on yield target. So the actual amount that we used are projected in this table. Our 2 soil cover levels included mulch plots whereby the mulch were fully covered. The plots were fully covered with grass mulch, whereas under no mulch plots, the fields were left exposed or where the grass mulch was absent. Then our 4 potato cultivars were Mondial, Panamera, Sababa, and Tyson. These cultivars differed in terms of time to maturity and agroecological adaptability. We collected a number of parameters. However, for this presentation, I'll only be focusing on tuber yield. And the data for the yield was subjected to analysis of variance using GenStat, and multiple mean comparison was conducted using the Ben-Ferroni test. Now, looking at the integrated nutrient management approach that incorporates fertilizer application, cultivar selection, and mulch application, indicated to have a significant impact on tuber yield in the first growing season, whereby an integration of reduced fertilizer application with mulch application and suburb indicated to have a high yield. This is the first indication that it is actually possible to reduce this excessive use of inorganic fertilizers while maintaining or while optimizing tuber yield. And this is clearly demonstrated by high yield of Panamera when planted under reduced fertilizer application and mulch application, whereby the yields there were comparable with the yields obtained from the same cultivar under full fertilizer application with or without mulch. Now this proves that actually agricultural systems that are maintained in soil and nutrient saturated state often do not reflect the expected yield outcomes. And this can be explained by the fact that like any other crop, potato has critical levels or critical range, where within that range, the plant can absorb enough nutrient for a vigorous growth, for enhanced tuber development, and also for high yield. However, beyond this critical range, a phenomenon called plateau effect occurs, whereby additional application of nutrients do not necessarily result in a significant increase in the yield. And this is clearly outlined by the 100% fertilizer application. Now shifting the focus to combining only two factors, we observed that integrating fertilizer application and selected potato cultivars had a significant impact on potato yields during the two growing seasons, whereby Panamera in the first season indicated to have high yield when exposed to 100% fertilizer application. Whereas in the second season, Mondial and Sababa indicated to have high yield when planted under reduced fertilizer application. Now, late maturing cultivars such as Panamera, they have an added advantage of a prolonged duration of nutrient uptake, which can enhance its yield. Hence now, the cultivar Panamera indicated to have high yield even under low soil nutrients. Then looking at the combination of fertilizer application and mulch application, mulch application indicated to increase potato yields under reduced fertilizer application in both seasons. And this indicates that the application of mulch can increase the nutrient uptake, whereby mulch can conserve the soil nutrients and even water through reducing or moderating the soil temperatures, therefore reducing evaporation and reducing volatilization. Now, the take-home message in the study is that potato yields under reduced fertilizer application are actually comparable to potato yields obtained under full fertilizer application, especially when reduced fertilizer application are applied or integrated with mulch application and Panamera. Therefore, the combination of reduced inorganic fertilizer application and mulch application and a late maturing cultivar, they can serve as a suitable integrated nutrient management package of practices that can actually attain acceptable yield while reducing inorganic fertilizer application. I would love to acknowledge this institution for making this study to be a success, and thank you very much for your time.
Any questions for anyone in the field or in the hall from anyone? Yes, there's a question.
Thank you. It was a very nice talk. I just want to find out, have you thought of maybe doing a financial analysis on the savings not using inorganic fertilizer versus the constant yields or the better yields, because that might sell it to the farmers as well, of not using your fertilizer anymore because they're saving money. And then the second thing I want to know is that you check your soil health with the non-application of inorganic fertilizers.
Okay, so what we did prior to conducting this study, we conducted soil analysis, where under control plots, we actually in the first season we had high nutrients, and that might be attributed to the fact that before planting our trials, our first season trials, the land was laid fallow, which now can also enhance the nutrition in the soil. So, however, in the second season, when we analyzed, we found that the nutrients in the soil are much lesser compared to the first season trials. Hence, we can even see on the first trials of first season, we have actually high yield under 0% fertilizer application or under control compared to the second season. Then looking at the first question was on the cost fertilizers. We haven't yet analyzed that, but then from the perspective of fertilizers, especially inorganic fertilizers, they are expensive. So now excessive use of these inorganic fertilizers then can increase production cost. We then look at these three fertilizer application rate, where the 100% or the full fertilizer application rate now represent farmers that can afford, okay? Then the 50% represent those farmers who they can apply fertilizers, but then they are financially constrained, so they can be able to reduce the application. And some of these farmers, because of financial constraint, they don't do soil tests, so the 50% can accommodate them. Then there are some who, like small-scale farmers who they can't afford fertilizers. They can now rely on the nutrients that are available in the soil. Okay, yes.
Any other questions from the floor? All right, good luck to all the potato farmers out there who want to learn from Jabulani. All right, can I just ask the next few speakers? So we had a sort of an informal tea break. We're not going to have a formal tea break because we're a little bit behind on schedule. So can I ask that the next chairperson of the next session, it's Drs. Mbanjwa and Dr. Satke, to just take over from me. And then can I also ask that all the presenters who are presenting in the next session, so that is basically from D6, M7, up to D12, just come to the front very quickly and just bring me your slideshows so long so we can upload it so we don't have this waiting transition. All right, so we're going to go directly into the next session. Yeah, speakers, please bring us your presentations. Okay, thank you. Dr. Satke. All right. So this is just the folder for them to download or to upload their presentations onto. But no one has come yet, so you're welcome to take it.
Good. Just. No. Good morning. My name is Taviso. I'll be co-chairing with my friend Vose. Those that are going to present in this session, can you please come and upload your PowerPoint presentations so that we can start. Yeah, in the meantime, you can just go and grab something while they are busy uploading there. Oh, it's, yeah, I can. Yeah, when it's in chat, then let them list again.
the poultry farming is an industry in the agriculture that is growing. There are a lot of eggs that are produced daily, and the farming of chicken is increasing maybe because of their easy management. It was noted that there is an increase of 30% in the egg production industry. As you can see from the figure here, it represents that there is a growth or there is an increase in the egg production. Eggs are the most consumed food because they provide us with the nutrients, they provide the vitamins, the proteins, and the fatty acid. A Potchefstroom cock, which is an indigenous breed, the one that is here, is a prolific egg layer that is composed from South Africa, and it is characterized by the color patterns, the black and white. The eggshell, as represented by the figure here, is the outer part of the egg that protects the content of the egg. And again, this eggshell, it protects the content of the egg from the external forces, such as the bacteria, the microbes, and the external factors. And again, this eggshell, it sustains the growth of this embryo inside the egg. The researchers or the breeders, they deal with a lot of data that has a lot of factors which the traditional regression models, they cannot cater. So they introduced the data mining algorithms, which are computer-based, or the machine learnings, which can cater a lot of data that has a lot of factors. And again, these data mining algorithms, they discover information in terms of patterns, and again, they cover for the multiculinary problems. However, it was stated that this Potchefstroom cock, even though it's a prolific egg layer, there is a problem with its eggshell. There is a high breakage, as you can see from the picture here. There is 8% of this breakage on this egg of this PK, which is a Potchefstroom cock, and this breakage, it affects the profit margins, because once the egg is broken, there will be some microbes that will be able to get into the egg. There will be some bacteria. And again, if an egg is broken, there's no one who's going to buy it. So the improvement of this eggshell is a very important issue that needs to be addressed, because most eggs, they are assessed by the egg quality of the shell. Recently, this data mining algorithm, they have gained an exposure in the poultry industry. However, most of the studies have been conducted on the determination or the prediction of the egg weight than the eggshell of the chickens. So to the best of our knowledge, the importance of this data mining algorithm, they are purely utilized in the poultry industry. The outcome of this study will assist the researchers in order to advise farmers on how they can predict the egg thickness, the eggshell thickness of their chicken using the data mining algorithms. The aim of the study was to compare the performance of these data mining algorithms in prediction of the eggshell thickness using the egg quality traits of this Potchefstroom cock layer, and the objective was to predict the eggshell thickness of this chicken breed using the data mining algorithms, which is the cut, the shade, the X shade, and the mass. Here is the hypothesis in relation to the objective. The study was conducted at the University of Limpopo experimental farm, where 100 point-of-lay Potchefstroom cock were used, and 350 eggs were collected. They were numbered, and they were taken to the lab to collect the quality traits. The external quality traits that were collected are the egg weight, the egg length, the egg width, the egg volume, the egg shape index. As you can see from the pictures here, this is where we are collecting the egg weight of this animal. And again, here we are collecting the length using the vena caliper and the width. The egg volume and the egg shape index were collected following the formulas as suggested by the author here. And these are the internal traits that were collected, which is the work weight, the albumin weight. And as you can see from the picture here, we are collecting the weight of the yolk. And again, the albumin was also collected. And we have the eggshell quality traits that were collected, which is the shell weight, the shell strength, the actual thickness. As you can see from here, we collected the weight of the shell, and here we are taking the strength of the shell using the QC machine, and here we are using the micrometer gauge to take the thickness of the shell. For statistical analysis, statistical package of social sciences, along with the RStudio software, they were used to analyze the data, the cut, the shade, the X shade, and the mass. They were used to obtain the objectives. Here is the results or the decision tree of the cut model. As we can see here, we have a parent node which has been divided into other nodes. The results showed two independent traits, which is the work albumin ratio and the egg weight. As you can see that the parent node was divided into node 1 and node 2, and node 2 was further divided into node 3 and node 4. So the thicker the highest thickness of the eggshell was noted on node 4 to be 1.174. This is the tree of the shade, and the parent node was divided to have 8 nodes, and the highest thickness was on node 6 with egg weight as the independent trait. This is the tree of the X shade. Also, the parent node was divided into child nodes, which were 7, and the highest thickness of the eggshell was noted on node 5 when the egg weight is between 52.790 and 53.639, with egg weight being the independent trait. This is the table that represents the results of the mass, and we can see that the model that has the work weight is the one that has the highest coefficient. We got different traits that can be used to predict the actual thickness of this egg. However, we had to test the performance or check the performance of all these models using the goodness of fit. And from here, we can see that the mass is the one that had the highest coefficient of determination, the lowest mean square of error, and the lowest AIC, making it the best model that we can use to predict the actual thickness of our chicken. Due to the lack of information or due to the lack of literature on the prediction of this eggshell using quality traits, the study was discussed using the prediction of the egg weight using traits, but using the data mining algorithm. As the study conducted which was published in 2021, it showed that the CAT algorithm has the highest R-squared, which makes it suitable to predict the egg weight. Again, and the study that was published in 2021 also showed that the CAT performed better than the other models in predicting the egg weight of this chicken. The current results, they imply that the mass was the best model in predicting the thickness of the shell of this chicken, with yolk weight as the independent trait, and it shows that it contributes 86 towards the eggshell thickness. In conclusion, data mining algorithm may be used to predict the eggshell thickness using the quality traits, and the mass is the one that outperformed all the CAT that we use, all the data mining algorithm that we used, and it is recommended that more studies need to be conducted using a larger sample size and other indigenous chicken breeds. I would like to acknowledge the University of Limpopo, Department of Agricultural Economics and Animal Production for giving me this opportunity. I would like to acknowledge my supervisors, and also I'd like to acknowledge the TS research team. These are the references that I used. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We have 3 minutes for questions. Any question? Yes. Any other hand? We can just raise a hand. Okay.
Well, from my side, it is sort of as a suggestion. Usually, in terms of having a high R-squared, it does not necessarily mean that the model is robust and have high quality. I feel like that's not the only thing that you must test, because high R squared sometimes may mean multicollinearity, right? So I feel like you should test more other tests of the robustness and not only rely on one in terms of high R squared, and then we assume that the model is the one which is more robust than others. So testing for other robustness may actually give you your study more quality. Thank you.
Is that it's a comment? Okay.
Thanks for the nice presentation. You spoke of some factors that are there which made you to choose the data mining algorithm. And then can you just mention maybe one or two factors which made you to choose this data mining algorithm? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Me choosing the data mining algorithm is the advantages that they have over the traditional regression models that we know. The data mining algorithms, hence I've highlighted that they can manage a lot of data. There are some factors that maybe such as age, seasons, that the regression models, they cannot cater. And again, these data mining algorithms, they cater for the multicollinearity. Multicollinearity, it's where the traits are highly correlated. So the regression, the traditional regression that we know, they might mistake one trait over the other one because they are highly correlated, both of them. But the data mining algorithm is the one that is going to tell us the exact trait that we can use in prediction of whatever trait that we'll be using.
We have any question from the adjudicators? Yes.
Thank you. It's a very interesting field. I would just like to know, obviously in the end, this will be something that you want the farmers to be able to use to predict the breakage or so it must be easy to do. Have you looked into that as well? What can the farmer then measure for the predictability?
Thank you very much for the question. From the results, there are traits that we found that they can use to predict the actual thickness. For instance, if we have found that the egg length is the one that can be used to predict the egg length, meaning the actual thickness, meaning the farmer will have to measure the length of the egg, meaning the egg that has the longer length is the one that has the thicker, the eggshell.
Thanks very much. We do not have any time for questions. You can give a round of applause. Thanks. The next presenter is Makua. You can just give a round of applause to come. You know where you get your things. What do you mean? Supposed to be here. Because this thing. Makua. Let's see. Oh, I don't see it. Is it this one? Price more guy. Oh, come. I did it listen on the slideshow. And Rafagara display. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can start.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Makua Hope. I'll be presenting my study titled the role of N6 benzyl adenine and rhizobium inoculation on plant morphology and yield of terpari B, under supervision of Dr. R.L. Mladudi and Dr. P. Mangen. Terpari bean is a leguminous crop belonging to Fabas family. It was discovered near the Mexico border. The crop seeds are high in phenolic compounds which combat different types of diseases such as cancer. N6 benzyl adenine is a plant hormone which regulates the plant growth and development. The rhizobium inoculation involves the coating of the seeds with rhizobium such as Bradyrhizobium japonicum before planting. This process enhances the plant growth and increases yield components. The study aimed to investigate the effect of BAP and Bradyrhizobium japonicum on plant morphology and yield of terpari bean. Then the objective was to determine the influence of different BAP levels and Bradyrhizobium japonicum on plant morphology and yield of terpari bean. BAP and Bradyrhizobium japonicum did not influence plant morphology and yield of terpari bean. The study was conducted in the plant physiology and biotechnology growth room and glass house located at University of Limpopo during summer seasons. The terpari bean seeds were surface sterilized using liberated chlorine gas for 16 hours following a protocol by Mangena and Mokwala 2019. BAP stock solution was prepared by easily dissolving a 50 milligram of N6 benzyl amine purine powder in a 50 ml beaker as described by Chevan et al. 2013. The study was laid out in a completely randomized design with 12 treatments and 12 replicates, whereby the whereby the 6 levels of BAP were used as first factor and the 2 levels of Bradyrhizobium japonicum, both application and no application were used as second factor. The pre-treated seeds were pre-soaked on the Gallon Camp orbital shaker for 3 hours. Data obtained was subjected to ANOVA using Genstar software version 20, whereby significant difference among the means were determined by Duncan multiple range test at 5% confidence level. The results consist of 10 figures which shows the effect of BAP level and Bradyrhizobium japonicum on various plant morphology and yield parameters of terpari bean. Graph 1, BAP and rhizobium had a positive effect on MET at various concentration of BAP in combination with rhizobium in early plant growth. And looking on figure 2, at high concentration, untreated seed had high dry root mass in seedling development. BAP and rhizobium inoculation did not enhance the biomass at lower concentration. Then looking on figure 4 and 3, the shoot and root length were high in untreated plant as compared to when BAP and rhizobium are applied. Figure 5 and 6, which are the effect of BAP and rhizobium inoculation on biomass. The plant at high BAP concentration were at high concentration with rhizobium showed that a high dry root mass and shoot mass. This shows that the combination of the treatment significantly improved biomass. However, there was high dry root and shoot mass at lower concentration when BAP and Bradyrhizobium are applied. Looking on figure 7 and 8, BAP and Bradyrhizobium had a positive effect on both the number of seeds per pod and seed yield per plant. This shows that the combined effect of the treatment had a positive effect. They boost yield. Then looking on figure 9 and 10, both number of seeds per plant, weight of pods per plant were positively influenced by the levels of BAP in combination with rhizobium. Then on discussion, the analysis revealed that BAP and rhizobium inoculation did not have a positive effect on some germination parameters, which are germination percentage, germination vigor index, length of the radicle of terbinafine. However, they did influence the mean germination time under growth room conditions. These findings suggest that neither BAP concentration nor rhizobium inoculation had a notable impact on the initial germination and seedling development of terbinafine. The study observed that BAP significantly influenced the plant morphology, but it did not influence the number of leaves and leaf area. These results are in line with observation made by Mangena 2020, which clearly indicated that BAP enhanced the plant morphology of soybean under salinity stress. The significant effect observed in the yield parameters showed that the BAP levels in combination with bradyrhizobium positively affected the overall yield of terbinafine. These findings are in line with a study by Mohammed 2014. Then in conclusion, the finding of the study demonstrated that PAP in combination with bradyrhizobium had a positive effect for improving yield of terbinafine, though its impact on germination is limited. Therefore, it is recommended that future studies continue to investigate the relationship between bradyrhizobium and BAP on morphology, growth and yield of terbinafine, especially at high concentration. These are the list of references used to compile this study. Then I would like to thank University of Limpopo Foodbev for funding and my supervisors, Dr. R.L. Mladudi and Dr. P. Mangen. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Questions? Questions? Mr. Letswalo.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. I have a simple question. Which design are you using? Which design are you using?
CRD.
Do you have factors in your experiment?
Yes, I do have two factors, the levels of BAP and bradyrhizobium japonicum application and no application.
Okay, so I think the design is not fit for those two factors. It's either you go for factorial or split plot. Thank you.
It was suggested in my proposal comments that I should go for a CRD since I used a split plot before, and I chose CRD since it's a growth room experiment and glasshouse.
Any other question? We still have some time. Any other question? But of course, she's protected, but if we still have questions, you can raise your hands. Let's all we want to have a follow-up? Yes, please. Okay.
In the absence of other questions, when I check your graphs, you do have interaction there. You have interactions. You have interactions in your graphs.
Yes, I do have interaction.
So the partial ANOVA table for CRD, does it have an interaction?
Yes, it does have the interactions. Then in this study, because of time, I chose to include the parameters that are significant only. That's why I don't have the table in this presentation for insignificant ones.
I don't know, but thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Even reviewers sometimes they concede that say, authors did the right things. Thanks very much. Any other question? No, in the absence of question, then we can give a round of applause. Thanks very much. The next presenter is Sehoma.
Greetings, everyone. Standing before you is Anata Souma from Agricultural Extension. Today, I'll be presenting to you the factors influencing smallholder farmers' decision to commercialize vegetable production in Alfred Nzo and OR Tambo districts in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. I'm under the supervision of Professor Zwane and Professor Belete. This is my the presentation outline, starting from the background to the acknowledgement. Commercialization is defined as the process of transitioning farmers. This process is done by sorry for that. This process is done through shifting subsistence agriculture to market-oriented production. It is done through aligning the practices of the farmers with prevailing market demands. So government in many parts of Africa, including South Africa, have seen the potential of commercializing food crops as a strategy to alleviate poverty and improve the economic well-being of smallholder farmers. And this approach has been seen as the focal point for international development efforts aimed at reducing poverty and food security. However, a shift in mindset is required. Therefore, the researcher was interested in vegetable production because of it being a vital component of food security and nutrition, which is powering our country. Its growing demand is driven by the population increase and heightened awareness of health benefits and of consuming these vegetable products. So this therefore presents the significant economic opportunities for smallholder farmers to actually venture into farming as a business. In order to capitalize on this potential, it is expected that smallholder farmers should adopt improved crop varieties, advanced farming practices, and supportive infrastructures. So South African government can play or can contribute by playing a crucial role in facilitating this transition through effective agricultural extension services. So despite the efforts to actually encourage commercialization through various support mechanisms or systems, farmers' decision to adopt this approach is influenced by a complex interplay of socioeconomic factors and other factors. Therefore, achieving commercial success requires meeting specific market requirements in terms of product quality and quantity. So while these farmers are increasingly linked to markets, they still encounter a number of challenges. One of them is accessing formal market, and they lack essential market information with regards to market requirements. So with that being said, it gave me an interest to actually conduct a study that will deeply look for those challenges that actually impaired these smallholder farmers by comprehensively investigating the factors that impaired the commercialization of vegetable production among smallholder farmers in the 2 districts. As established in the literature, smallholder farmers, when compared to their commercial counterparts, are more constrained by a lot of production challenges. So the outcomes of the study will add to the body of knowledge about challenges of smallholder farming commercialization in the 2 districts. And some authors argued that it is very important to understand the detailed causes that restrict the growth of smallholder farmers. So the outcomes tend to inform policies regarding strategies designed to influence the shift from producing mainly for consumption and sell surplus to produce mainly or entirely for the market. The main aim of the study was to analyze factors hindering smallholder farmers from becoming commercial vegetable farmers, thereby commercializing their products in both district municipalities. The specific objectives were to determine socioeconomic factors affecting these farmers' decisions to commercialize vegetables, and also to identify strategies used by agricultural extension personnel to facilitate the commercialization of these farmers. So the research questions were in line with the objective. So as I have said in the first page, that the research took place in OR Tambo and Alfredo District Municipality in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. This is the map of the study area. The research design, approach, and population. The research was a survey. The research design was survey with the use of quantitative and qualitative data from vegetable smallholder farmers and agricultural extension personnel. Mains formula was used to calculate the assembly size of 216 farmers, and I used a bit of both purposive and stratified random sampling to actually extract the farmers. And for the agricultural extension personnel, I used systematic sampling of every 5th interval, which gave me a number of 34 agricultural extension personnel in both districts. So the data collection was primary data in a semi-structured questionnaire and in-depth interviews. So the data was the questionnaires were pre-tested before data collection through the Cronbach's coefficient alpha, which says that anything that is above 0.7 is deemed acceptable, and anything that is less than 0.62 is indicated as unacceptable. So for the analysis of the first objective, binary probit model was used to analyze data, and for the second objective, thematic analysis was used. So due to time, I won't read all of those equations for the model. So these are the equation for the binary probit, and these are variables, which is the dependent and independent variables that were measured. This is the description and the unit of measurement. Altogether, we measured 14 independent variables. So this is the data or findings from the model, which and there's out of the 14 independent variables, only 4 independent variables were found significant, and according to the estimated coefficients and the probability. So it means that formally educated farmers are likely to commercialize than farmers who are not formally educated. This research has been supported by other researchers. And also the next one was that farmers who are far from the market, the probability of them commercializing is limited. And also farmers with access to credit have high probability of actually deciding to commercialize. And also access to credit was found to be another thing that influenced the commercialization decisions of these farmers. So with that, I will move to the second objective, which it was found that the frequency of agricultural extension personnel was limited according to the agricultural extension personnel because these agricultural extension personnel, they decide to prioritize visits based on specific needs of farmers, and also the market linkage and information dissemination was other problem that was hindering these agricultural extension officers from actually doing a proper facilitation when it comes to commercialization. So a number of challenges were found, and some of them, to actually wrap them up, were lack of farmers to actually have proper storage facilities whereby they can store their vegetable products. As we all know that vegetables are perishable products, so they need to be taken care of. And also the other things that we identified that the extension officers were using was the SHEP program, whereby they assisted farmers in terms of connecting them to the market in order to actually commercialize. But some among the problems that they experienced was certification of South African gap certificate. Like, those are the things that are hindering farmers together with extension officers and irrigation systems. So the conclusions suggest that there is a potential for further growth and commercialization of vegetable production in the study area. However, challenges of access to market and other challenges that were identified must be addressed to support those farmers in transitioning to full commercialization. So recommendations were made to actually that a government should train farmers to ensure that vegetable quality and safety is prioritized, and improving market and compliance with potential regulations. So there's some of the references that we used in the study. And also I would like to acknowledge NRF for giving me this opportunity to actually conduct the study with the University of Limpopo. And I also thank a lot of people from agricultural extension and economics for assisting me towards this research, and also my supervisors for their work. I thank you.
Thanks very much. Time for questions. Questions? Yes.
For the good presentation, I have a question. You mentioned that the challenge that you found was that those staying far from the markets, they can't, or there was a challenge of commercializing. So I want to know, because in your conclusion you are saying there's potential, how are you willing to assist those staying far to commercialize? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I will assist in terms of, since I have conducted the study and I have recognized their needs, and I will assist in terms of them reaching out to a variety of platforms to actually advertise their production, such that people can go and locate them where they are. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm trying to establish what has been contributed to the body of knowledge in the whole presentation, because if you analyze the findings and the things that have been picked up, it's things that you generally expect to be there. So even in your conclusion, I'm really battling to find what the contribution has been to the Board of Knowledge here. Because what we have is basically common knowledge, I think, even from, yeah.
Thank you for the question. Since I've took this presentation from part of my PhD thesis, in my the PhD thesis, I have came up with a model to actually contribute to the level of knowledge in terms of assisting those farmers and agriculture extension officers who are actually working with them in terms of simplifying their entrance to the market. Thank you.
Any other question? You want to have a second bite? Any other one except that before? Let me check. Oh, yes.
Sorry, I just think it's an impressive number of questionnaires that was filled out, because it's sometimes very difficult to get people to complete these questionnaires. And you've got a very nice profile of your farmers. Do you think age of your farmers play a big role in commercialization as well? I just missed that a little bit. And then secondly, how will you, do you think that agro-processing is one way maybe to help people that is far away from the market, and how will you address that?
Can you please repeat the first question?
Sorry, say again?
Can you please ask the first question so that I can answer them?
Okay, the first one is age. Do you think the age of the people that are currently there is, what is the role that your farmer age is playing, young farmers versus older farmers? I know you said that, if they, there was other, but I didn't see that one specifically. And then the last one is agro-processing. Do you think that is a role that can help to people that's far from the market, like drying and so forth, and what will be the research that you can put into that?
Okay, with regards to age was another factor, but it was not found significant. But to the details that I have profiled, it's another factor that was that contributed, because we found that the farmers that are there in that study area are farmers who are older. It means that they are in the process of retiring somewhere, somehow. So with the second question of processing, I think that that could actually work for farmers who are staying far from that, such that who are staying far from the market, such that when they process their products, it means that they can sell it without them being like freshly from the gardens. So it could assist in terms of minimizing the loss. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We don't have time. We can give a round of applause. And then the last presenter in this session, chaired by us, of course, Walter. Walter. We can give him a round of applause while he's coming. Yeah, come on. Walter, get this one.
Good afternoon, my name is Mahol Walter, and I will be presenting a systematic review titled The Behavior of Crocodiles in the Genus Crocodilus. This is my project outline. Crocodiles play an important role in the production of luxury leather and other byproducts such as edible meats, bones, and oils. Crocodiles possess diverse and complex behavioral and social systems which are easily shaped by both the environmental and the human activities, and they possess these different behaviors from as early as the hatchling stages, and these behaviors improve as their age progresses, and and some of these behaviors they disappear with the age, and there are some behaviors which are shared between the species of crocodiles, whereas others are specific to the species. And this is figure 1 showing us some of the crocodile species. However, some crocodile species, such as the saltwater crocodile, were reported as endangered and or threatened in some countries outside of Australia, whereas the Nile crocodiles were reported as threatened globally despite their importance in their habitats. According to this author, the presence of crocodiles displaying aggressive behaviors in the groups reduces the development and survival rate of younger crocodiles in captivity. Agonistic behaviors cause high variations in the growth and survival rates of hatchlings and juvenile Nile crocodiles in captivity. Hence, various studies indicated that documenting and understanding behaviors of crocodiles and their behavior ecosystem interaction are important ways in which the conservation status and welfare of crocodiles can be improved in captivity. According to this author, optimal conditions for successful breeding in captivity can be achieved by studying the patterns of behaviors that leads to courtship of the crocodiles. However, based on our knowledge, this is the first systematic review putting the information on crocodile behaviors. And we believe that systematically reviewing research outcome will allow for provision of useful information that can be used to design and implement the management practices that will improve the conservation and welfare status of crocodiles in captivity. The aim of this study was to systematically review literature focusing on crocodile behaviors, and the objective of this study was to provide published information on the behaviors of crocodiles. The eligibility criteria of this study, it was following the PEO research question, where the P is the population and the O is the E is the exposure and the O is the outcome. The crocodile was the population, and the exposure was plague, and the behavior was the outcome of this criteria. And a preliminary search was conducted before continuing with the study. And 2 authors of this study performed a systematic review of articles on the aforementioned the research databases, and they used some key combinations from from some of the keywords, and the only English articles were downloaded. So the inclusion criteria of the systematic review was English articles, and also the articles that were investigating behaviors of crocodiles in the genus of the crocodilus, and the duplicate articles, review articles, and also the articles with no accessible full text, and the ones which investigated the behaviors of other animals in the genus that was not the crocodilus were excluded. The authors extracted independently performed the data extraction of the current study, and the general agreement regarding all the materials, and they included articles they all included some details such as authors, year of publication, count, crocodile species, the behaviors and the habitat the crocodiles were raised in, and all the ethical issues were considered when performing the systematic review. A total of 79 articles were downloaded, and then 8 were removed as duplicates, and then 6 were removed based on their titles, and 9 were removed based on their abstracts, and then 6 were also removed based on eligibility, and we were left with 28 studies being eligible. This table is showing the characteristics of the included studies, and the columns are for authors, years, count, species, habitat, behavior of interest, gender, and also the age class of the crocodiles. Most of the included Brenner et al. And the highlighted authors appeared in most of the included studies, and most studies were published by multiple authors, and Nile crocodile and the saltwater crocodiles were the most studied crocodile species, and most of the studies were conducted in natural habitats. Maintenance behavior and agonistic behavior were the most studied behaviors in the crocodiles. And most of the studies investigated single behaviors, and most of the included studies also do not specify the gender of the included animals. And the adults were the most used age group in the included studies. And also most studies were using a single age group as compared to multiple age groups. So most of the studies were published in Australia, followed by South Africa and the United States. And most studies were also published in the year 2010 to 2019, and no study was published from 1980 to 1989. Most of the studies were published in the journals of behavior, such as behavioral processes and applied animal behavior sciences, with two articles. In terms of the maintenance behaviors, basking behavior was the most studied behavior, and followed by the diving and feeding behavior. Aggressive behavior was the most studied agonistic behavior, and in terms of the reproductive behavior, the nesting behavior was the most studied, followed by courtship and mating. And the social behaviors were reported as general studies. Most of the included studies found that social behavior varied between the species, time of the day, temperature, presence of visitors, and season. These variations in the species imply that some of the behaviors are influenced at the genetic level, and some of the social behaviors were commonly used during the breeding season to communicate with the potential mating partners. Some of these behaviors include the bellowing and the vocalizations. Similarly, many studies found that agonistic behavior was affected by a number of factors, including the species, season, time of the day, feed type, and the presence of larger crocodiles in the groups. Studies also reported that territorial, agonistic, and social behaviors play important role in the breeding structure of some crocodile species, and this implies that the captive environment should allow the crocodile to display such behaviors, and the results also indicated that breeding season was not the same between the crocodile species. And August to October was the most common breeding time, and also in the morning. Moreover, breeding season was associated with high levels of basking behavior. Furthermore, solitary and group nesting behaviors were observed in different species of crocodiles. The preference of the feeds did not vary between species. However, there were small variations in the age groups. Most species preferred the fishes, and then the results The results of the field studies also showed that basking behavior or the frequency was affected by season, time of the day, and also the age group. In conclusion, the time and the frequency of behaviors displayed by the crocodiles depend on factors such as season, time of the day, year, temperature, weather, presence of visitors, stocking density, and the type and the type of feed and also the sex. Therefore, this systematic review suggests that these factors can be used as a guide in designing and implementing management systems specific to the species and also the age groups to enhance welfare and conservation of crocodiles in captivity and the natural habitats. I would like to acknowledge the Department of Agricultural Economics in the University of Limpopo and also the DRC research team and the co-authors of the study. These are some of the references used in the study. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Questions? We have some time for questions. Okay.
Okay, so this was basically a review. Which one of those behavioral attributes, because it seems quite wide, what can affect the behavior of the crocodiles, which one would you tackle first in a study, for instance? What will you focus on, because it's very wide?
Oh yeah, thanks for the question.
Thanks.
I would go for the agonistic behavior. I will go for the aggression behavior because the crocodiles they are mostly raised for the production of the skin, and the agonistic behavior, which is more like the aggressive behavior, is associated with the reduction in the skin quality of the crocodiles, because when the crocodiles they are aggressive, they more like they bite each other and leave marks on their skins, and then when the skins are graded, they are graded based on the presence of the marks of the marks. So if we understand the factors that cause the aggressive behaviors in the crocodiles, we can improve the skin quality and the price that the crocodile farmers will get from their skins.
Thank you, Mahaula, for the nice presentation. I have two questions. Why a systematic review over the traditional review? And then the other one is, how long can one breed these crocodiles? Thanks.
Can you please repeat the second question?
How long can you breed the crocodiles?
I'll start with the first one, where the systematic review, because we wanted to make sure that we include more like all the studies that were investigating the behaviors of the crocodiles, and also following some methods, and systematic review is known to be unbiased, so that's why we chose it. Oh.
Thanks very much. We do not have time. Can give him a round of applause. We are done, myself and Dr. Mbanja, but then those that are going to be presenting under the chairpersonship of Dr. Hopa, they can come and upload their slides. And then we just have a 2 minutes break of a gossip. You don't go out. You just remain seated while those other ones are uploading their slides. Or I must call you by names if you don't have a program. Matlare, Matlhare come upload, Mashela, Juliet, Lidimu, Makoka, Stanley, and then Masingita. You come and upload your slides while we remain seated, but of course we can be chatting with your neighbor. So we have to overlap. So that otherwise, those are members are present. We have to overlap it because other people are not here. And we can't go there. Yeah, give this one. Yeah, otherwise, give this one and this one. Or else, people are this side and then Mama got trained. Yeah, I can now. Hey, the next one.
Yes, that's the one.
Makoka FSA presentation. Makoka FSA. Yeah, that's the one. Let's go back. I think this is the one. Yeah, that one. It was not copied.
We are ready to start with the third session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Polo Shokopa. We are now going to welcome our first presenter, Mahlatsi Mashele. Mahlatsi Mashele will be presenting on the identification of tilapia species and their possible hybrids in Kodia Dam, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Mahlatsi, just to remind you, master's students will be presenting for 10 minutes and the PhDs for 12 minutes. Over to you, Mahlatsi.
Tawela Legai. Okay. Okay. Oreochromis mozambicus is a native cichlid that is under threat. It has been placed on the red list of the endangered species since 2017. The depletion of O. mozambicus due to hybridization with exotic O. niloticus has been noted by authors such as D. Amato and Bezingea. The identification of many tilapia species has become difficult due to hybridization. It leads to ambiguous morphometric features, hence genetic probing is required to authenticate the phenotypic and morphometric identifications. Due to hybridization, Oreochromis mozambicus has been intentionally dispersed worldwide. There is a potential decline in the native species due to many factors. These factors include competition as well as hybridization. And the study was done by Scraber, who found that 1 out of 20 suspected individuals, there is a potential decline in the native species due to many factors. These factors include suggest that as well as hybridization. And the study was done by Scraber, who found that 1 out of 20 suspected individuals of the wild population was identified as a first-generational hybrid, which suggests that the natural hybridization between two species can occur naturally. These results suggest that it is therefore important to combine both morphometric and genetic data when identifying pure species and their hybrids. Both morphometric and molecular. The aim of this project was to improve the overall aquaculture practices in Kodia Dam by identifying and documenting tilapia species found in the dam using both morphometric and molecular analysis. The objectives included using phenotypic and traditional morphometric features to identify tilapia species collected in Kodia Dam, to verify the phenotypic and morphometric identification between the identified tilapia using mitochondrial and nuclear DNA markers, and also to investigate the evidence of hybridization between between Oreochromis mozambicus and Oreochromis niloticus in Kodia Dam. The methods and materials. The study was conducted at Kodia Dam, and then 50 tilapia fish were randomly sampled and tagged, and then their phenotypic features were assessed. Okay, on the screen right now, you can see 2 tilapia species, figure 1 being Oreochromis mozambicus and figure 2 being Oreochromis niloticus. And then the main differences here, as you can see, the caudal fin of the Oreochromis mozambicus has bars on it, which is what we use to primarily differentiate between the 2 species. And then with regards to the analysis of morphometric features, they were sampled and tagged, and then we used 18 traditional morphometric distinctions. And then we used a vernier caliper, and then Okay, here was a lovely picture with the tilapia, of a tilapia, and then what happened on there was the specifications of where exactly we measured. And then, okay, with regards to molecular testing, DNA isolation and PCR was conducted. The genomic DNA was extracted from the fin clip samples, and then the quality and the quantity of the extracted DNA was checked using an electrophoresis and then a nanodrop. And then the DNA was then stored at -20 degrees until required. And then for PCR was conducted, we used fish 1 and 5S primers. Yes, we used fish 1 primers, which was for the CO1 gene, and then 5S primers for the 5S gene. And then for population genetics analysis, the nucleotide sequences were manually checked for base ambiguity. And then we used cluster W, and then they were trimmed in bioedit. And then GenBank references of 5 tilapia species, which included O. mozambicus, O. niloticus, O. aureus, and T. spermani, and Coptodon rendali, which were reported to be found in Southern Africa, were used. And then maximum likelihood with bootstraps values above 75% were considered well supported. And then for Bayesian inference, we used a posterior probability where samples greater than, less than 0.95 were considered poorly resolved. And then the best fitting method here that was used was GTR plus I plus G. Okay, and then our results. We found that morphometric analysis showed us that there is possible hybridization due to this overlap that we can see here. We also found that sample 905, which is here, and sample 893, which were initially thought to be O. mozambicus, were actually in the O. niloticus sphere. Okay, and then here is a picture of sample 894. Sample 894 was actually in the O. mozambicus. 894 was here, and this is what it looks like. By phenotypically, you can conclude that it is O. mozambicus because it does not have those bands that I was showing you that you can see O. niloticus has. And then this is the same. It was also in in the center, in the overlap. And then this one was also in the overlap, but what's interesting is it had bands to show that it was probably an O. niloticus species. The same with this one. This shows us that with hybrids, they can actually be either parent. Phenotypically, it can either be the mother or the father that can show up. And then this is also the same. And then here, to prove hybridization, we ran this, and then the results showed that these are reference sequences from GenBank, and then these ones are the sequences that we took from Kodia Dam. It showed that there's only 2 types of tilapias that are in the dam. Number 1, O. mozambicus, which is here, and then O. niloticus, which is here. These ones are the ones that we found at Kodia Dam. And then this one is T. spermani, and then this one is Coptodon rendali. And then none of our sequences were here. Hence, we concluded that we only have O. mozambicus, and O. niloticus. And then here it says the phylogenetic tree showed 5 different tilapia species in 5 different clades. The results showed that Cordiadem contained 2 species, which is O. mozambicus and O. niloticus. The clades were all well supported. And then here, we also did the same with the 5S primer. We can see up here, these are our sequences from Cordiadem, which are O. niloticus sequences, and then these ones are from GenBank, which are the reference sequences. So we can conclude that indeed there was O. niloticus sequences, and then here we have the Cordiadem sequences as well as the O. mozambicus from these are the references, and then these are our Cordiadem samples. So we could conclude that indeed there were O. mozambicus and O. niloticus and O. mozambicus sequences. And then 5S, it showed 2 classes, which here we have the type 2 class, and then here we have the type 1 class. And then the O. mozambicus sequences were all in type 1 class. However, we have a few sequences of O. niloticus in type 2 and some of them in type 2, in type 1. Okay, and then the reason is it is due to variations in the non-transcribed spacer NTS genes. Okay, and then here we can see this is this shows the 5S gene part, and then this is the NTS gene part that I was talking about that actually has variations. And then here we can see that there is no variations amongst different types of tilapia species, which will mean that you cannot use the 5S gene alone to identify tilapia species. You will also require the NTS part of the gene, hence the 5S primer. Okay, to prove hybridization, CO1, the CO1 graph, it showed that this is sample number 27. Here at sample number 27, it showed that it was O. niloticus. However, when we tested the same sample using 5S primer, it showed that its father was O. mozambicus. So together we can see that this is actually a hybrid of both O. niloticus and O. mozambicus. And then this is a picture of C27 where this is the possible mother and the possible father, and this is what it looks like. And from what we can see here, this one has darker fins and no bands, but then it does not look exactly like its mother. Okay, in conclusion, it shows that the morphometric and phenotypic identification can be misleading and require genetic probing for effectively managing stocks and preserving genetic diversity. The CO1 gene is indeed a great identification gene. However, it is not efficient on its own, especially for the first generation hybrids. 5S primer is effective for tilapia identification and noting hybrids. Thank you.
Thank you. No, wait, Matlazi. Wait. Thank you. It's time for questions, colleagues. Questions, ladies and gentlemen? No questions? Okay. Let's give a round of applause. Okay. Thank you. We are now welcoming our second speaker, Mahlare Mokgopi. Mahlare's presentation is on the effect of sunhem, cover crop, and fertilizer on yield, plant and soil nutrients under canola production. Yes, that one. The last one. Here's a pointer. Thank you. Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mokopi Matlari, a PhD candidate, and I will be taking you through my short presentation titled "The Effect of Sun Hemp Cover Crop and Nitrogen Fertilizer on Yield, Plant and Soil Nutrients Under Canola Production." Taking you through a brief background, canola is a common name for brassicanapas, which is an important crop globally cultivated for its seeds, which are rich in vegetable oil, containing an average 43% of its total composition. It is also known as a nitrophilous crop that is often planted after legumes in order to utilize the residual mineral nitrogen left in the soil. However, the essence of nitrogen fertilization in canola production cannot be overlooked. This is because fertilization beyond the crop's demand, as well as continuous application of fertilizer, has detrimental effects on soil quality and the environment, which largely contributes to climate change. As such, leguminous cover crops can contribute directly and indirectly to soil fertility through atmospheric nitrogen fixation, hence the proposition of incorporating sun hemp, which plays a pivotal role in sustainable agricultural development. As such, the study seeks to establish a suitable combination to scale down nitrogen fertilization without compromising yield and soil fertility by addressing the following objectives. The first one being to determine the effect of sun hemp cover crop and nitrogen fertilizer rates on canola yield, the effect of sun hemp cover crop and nitrogen fertilizer rates on foliar nutrient concentration of canola, and lastly being the response of soil nutrient concentration to sun hemp cover crop and nitrogen fertilizer rates. The table stipulates both study locations where I have conducted my study in Capricorn District and Mopani with the given coordinates and sandy clay loam texture for both locations. And the materials and methods were as follows. Prior to planting canola, sun hemp was planted as a summer cover crop in the experimental unit assigned to cover crop, and then canola was later established as a winter crop in a split plot design with 8 treatments. The main treatment being cover crop with and without, and the subplot being nitrogen fertilizer rates as stated here. These are the treatment codes that I will be using henceforth. And this is the data collected included yield, foliar nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, soil nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, as well as soil pH. The data was analyzed using Excel stats and means, median, standard deviation, analysis of variance were computed, and a Tukey HSD test was used to compare the means. Now the figures here display the yield responses. Figure A is just to display the effect of cover crop on yield at both locations, and when we look at of Colaco, it shows significant variation in a yield, with the most being attributed to cover crop, whereas at Seffergale there was not really much significant differences. However, it was very marginal, which I would say sort of shows the potential of cover crop towards improving or enhancing the yield. And then figure B and C show the response of canola yield towards nitrogen fertilization. Both figures just go to show the dependency of canola growth and yield towards nitrogen fertilization, because the figures show that with more nitrogen input, the yield continues to increase. And this is also corroborated by several studies where others have used as much as 200 kgs of nitrogen per hectare in order to obtain optimum yields of canola. And then this table here shows the interactive effects of sun hemp and nitrogen rates on yield. Although the tables, irrespective of cover crop, there has not been any significant differences between the rates. However, I want us to shift our focus on the treatment C1 and 2, which is cover crop with 120 kgs of nitrogen, both at Sefergale and off Colaco, which has given us what global canola producers term as the realistic yield of canola in perfect situations. Although the situations were not perfect, but then this goes to show that interacting cover crop with 120 kgs of nitrogen in this case has resulted in 4.3 tons per hectare. 4.3 tons, yes, per hectare of canola at Sefergale. And then at Off Colaco, we can look at the two rates, C1 and 1, and C1 and 2, which also are still on par with the realistic yields according to global canola producers. However, when we look at the higher rates, either C1 and 3 or C0 and 3, these are extremely high yields, which at the end, although the yield may be higher, but then the quality of the oil becomes compromised as you increase the nitrogen fertilizer. And then the table here shows the foliar concentration of the nutrients. Again, when we look at nitrogen and phosphorus at Sefergale, there's really no significant differences apart from potassium, which appears to be more on par when we look at cover crop interacted with either of the nitrogen rates. And then at Off Colaco also, when we look at phosphorus and potassium, there are no significant differences, but then when we look at nitrogen, still under cover cropping, the two interactions, C1 and 1 and C1 and 2, are also on par. And this also goes to show that the interactions are able to sustain canola growth. And then also when we look at the nutrients, I want us to focus on C1 and 2 because it also resulted in higher yields. This also goes to show that according to standard sufficiency ranges, these interactions resulted in nutrients that are able to sustain canola growth and production, whilst similarly reducing soil pH, which can also be detrimental in crop production if it is higher. In conclusion, interacting sun hemp cover crop with various nitrogen rates resulted in improved canola yield with lower rates showing potential to downsize nitrogen inputs and thus reducing its contribution to climate change. The inclusion of sun hemp cover crop shows great potential in bolstering soil fertility and reducing dependency on heavy nitrogen fertilization. The results of the study also highlight the advantage of using sun hemp cover crop towards achieving Sustainable Development Goals 13, 14, and 15, which talk to climate action, life below water, and life on land. And although sun hemp has an array of nutrients to offer, more studies are required to fully understand its potential in different climatic zones and conditions, and also seeing that its potential is not fully realized under short-term studies. Therefore, there is a need for further long-term research to understand its effect on soil properties, crop yield, and the extent to which it can downscale nitrogen inputs under canola production. These are my acknowledgements and references. Just to tickle your funny bone a little bit, there is no need for life cover. Just get your soil covered and you are covered for life. Thank you.
Thank you, Matlare. We have enough time for questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that lunch will be at 1:30. So let's be patient and continue with the presentations. So questions? Is it because of this lunch issue? Questions? Okay, there's a question there.
Hi, yes, it's a very interesting talk and I enjoyed it very much. I just want to know, again, I asked a question earlier on, what do you understand in the soil health and how has this contributed to soil health?
Pardon me, what do I understand to be soil health? Okay, soil health is the ability of the soil to be able to sustain crop growth and development. And the study has contributed to soil health in a sense that the outcome shows us that interacting cover crops with nitrogen can be able to downscale, in this case, from 180 to 120, that's like 60 kgs down in nitrogen. And that is sustainable agriculture, and also it benefits climate towards achieving sustainable development goals.
Can I ask another question? So I just want to find out what you think is the role of other microorganisms in the soil that is probably now enhanced with lower inorganic applications and stuff like that. So soil health, all your healthy microorganisms, are you going to investigate that as well?
Yeah, we have addressed the issue of soil micronutrients or organisms. Okay, yeah, we have investigated the issue of microorganisms also. They also play an important role because first, for nutrients to be available, they have to be mineralized, and that is the duty of soil microbes and whatnot. Yeah, but then for the purpose of the presentation and due to time, I could not include the results.
More questions? There are two questions. One here.
Thank you, Ms. Mahope. Just a clarity-seeking question. You had 2 study sites, isn't it? So I want to find out were the soil types on both study sites similar, as a yes or no?
I don't want to lie to you, I can't recall, but then the textures were similar.
Oh, you didn't characterize the soils?
Yeah.
Okay, then I won't be asking any further questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I go by the name of Intelligenge, and my question is, I saw in your presentation you included ANOVA. Was it one ANOVA to check? You included ANOVA to check the data differences. Did you use one-way ANOVA or two-way ANOVA? And in order to compute to use ANOVA, you must do your samples in triplicates. Were the samples in triplicates?
Yeah, my samples were replicated, I think, four times, yes. Yeah, and as for the ANOVA part, you would have to excuse me, my statistics is very rusty.
More questions?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Matar. So, out of all so many legumes, you then chose sun hemp. Please justify the choice of your legume out of all other legumes. Thank you.
I was interested in the nutrients and primarily nitrogen, phosphorus, and sun hemp is said to contain around 60% of nitrogen in its foliage, and then also containing somewhere around 47% of phosphorus, so I thought I could really benefit from that.
Thank you, Matlare. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you. Our third speaker, do we still have time? Yes, we have time. Our third speaker is Juliet Manamela. Juliet Manamela will be talking to us about the effect of edible wax on post-harvest screening of potato tubers during light exposure at ambient storage. The presentation.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Juliet, and I'll be taking you through my post-harvest study titled The Effect of Edible Wax on Post-Harvest Greening of Potato Tubers During Light Exposure at Ambient Storage, together with Professor Mafio and Dr. Seteche. As we all know that potato tubers are widely consumed and economically important crop as they provide us with nutrients. However, potato industries are facing challenges in terms of tuber greening. Tuber greening is a process where tubers become green due to the accumulation of chlorophyll. This process occurs when tubers are exposed to light, and the amyloplast in the skin, it converts to the chloroplast, making the tubers green. As shown by the study here by Tanyos, who was demonstrating that, as you can see from picture A, tuber cells, they do not have any chlorophyll accumulation. However, the green tubers from pictures such as C and E, which correspond with D and F, shows the accumulation of such, which therefore affect the marketability and quality of potato tubers. Furthermore, the tuber greening, it also results in the accumulation of toxic glycoalkaloids, which they have been reported by the Europe Food Safety Authority to be solanine and calcocine, where they've stated that the consumption of such tubers, the green tubers, will result in gastrointestinal symptoms such as vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, coma, and eventually death. So therefore, meaning we should not consume such potatoes so that we don't end up just like this individual over here. Currently, methods used to avoid tuber greening include packaging such as the paper bags. Although they limit tuber greening, they also limit what we call consumer viewing, where as consumer tends to want to buy what we see. In this case, the packaging limits that. Therefore, there is a need to provide methods that can also improve consumer viewing. Another method used is the waxing of tubers with paraffin wax. However, this technique is not eco-friendly due to it being, as you humans, we can't consume paraffin wax. Therefore, there is an urgent need for eco-friendly, cost-effective methods, such as the use of Citrashine natural wax, which is an commercial edible wax that is currently being used on apples. However, it has never been used on potato tubers to control greening. That is why we hypothesize that Citrashine has the potential to control tuber greening. During the experiment, potatoes were harvested from a commercial farm where they are transported to the plant laboratory in the University of Limpopo. First thing, they were thoroughly washed to remove any soil debris, then left to air dry. After the air dried tubers were then dipped in 5-second edible wax. And then for the control, they were just dipped in the distilled water. Then both the treatments were then left for air drying. The air dried tubers were then taken and placed under a Philips fluorescent light that emits at an intensity of 1,800 plus or minus 100 lux at a height of 2.84 meters to induce tuber greening. In terms of data collection, we've collected objective color analysis such as our A value and a hue angle using the chromometer, which is this a machine here. And further, we did chlorophyll A and B using the spectrophotometer, which they were then used to calculate the total chlorophyll content. Furthermore, we have done microscopic imaging where we use the confocal laser scanning microscope to view the chlorophyll fluorescence in the tuber skin. Data was analyzed using GenStat software, and means were separated with LSD at 5%. In terms of the results, we found that the wax significantly reduced greening of the tubers. As we can see here, during, let's say, 12 days of storage, we found that the control had higher greening as compared to the wax. And here is the image just to illustrate how things were during the experiment. As you can see that the control is exceeding the wax-treated tubers in terms of the green color development as the days of light exposures increases. In terms of our A value, which represent greenness when it is a negative, we found that the wax-treated tubers had the lowest value as compared to the control. And in terms of the hue angle, which represent greening at around 180 degrees, we found that the control exceeded the wax-treated tubers, where we found that the control had more hue angle around 100 something, which is approaching 180 degrees. Sorry. These results therefore suggest that Citrashine natural wax has the potential to reduce green color development. This could be due to the fact that the wax limited light penetration on the tuber, thus reducing green color development. In terms of the total chlorophyll content, we found that still the control had higher chlorophyll content, and whereas the wax had lower chlorophyll content. Again, this could be to the fact that the wax reduced the light penetration, and furthermore, the wax was able to lower the metabolic processes such as the conversion of the amyloplast to the chloroplast that induces greening on tubers. Here in the image is to illustrate how things were in the peel cells. We found that at day 3 for the control, tubers had a little bit of chlorophyll fluorescence. However, as the days of light exposure progresses, the development of the chlorophyll was more prominent as we compare it to the wax-treated tubers. In conclusion, the application of Citrashine natural wax resulted in a significant impact on reducing the greening development in potato tubers, and therefore Citrashine provide an effective strategy for controlling greening of potatoes. However, further research is needed to explore the long-term effect of Citrashine natural wax application. This study will therefore benefit potato industries and consumers, as the treatment used in the study is non-toxic and cost-effective. I would like to acknowledge Mr. Albert Ramulaja for technical assistance and the following organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. I think we have about 4 minutes for questions. Time for questions. Questions, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, there's one there. Sir Letswalo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Juliet. You have a table on chlorophyll content. Can you go to it? I don't see it on screen. I thought, yeah. The last bar. You have a small bar there with a small, big letter C or small letter C, and then you have that one on number 9. So I want to check from, you have a B there, and then on the last bar you have C. Do you think there's a difference there? Thank you.
In terms of the letters, they're just statistics which I'm not good at, but as we look at the quantity, there's a slight bit of differences. There's a little bit of increase on the C bar there. So I would say there is a slight difference.
Okay, oh, there's one. There's a question there, sir, okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. And from my point of view, I take that wax as a lotion. And a lotion on a body, the skin of a human, it have a certain length. We all see Nivea's that is 72 hours and so forth. So how long will it last on the potato skins? And is it safe for consumption? And from a point of view, what is the favorable packaging that you would recommend when it is being waxed so that the consumers, they can view it while the quality is not on a scale of being prioritized? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. In terms of the wax itself, we've used the 100% natural wax, and it is edible, as been reported, is made from natural materials such as the carnauba, which is derived from a plant. And in terms of it being on the skin for how long, we haven't yet determined that. That's why at the end of the study, I said long-term effect should be further studied for the wax. And then what was your last question, if I may ask, sorry? Okay. In terms of the recommended packaging, there have been several studies where they've done the paper bags, the plastic ones. So since we are using this wax, I wouldn't recommend any packaging to save the earth. So I'll just place the tube as they are on the shelf for consumer viewing. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Juliet. Let's give her a round of applause. And a big thank you to you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I think it's time now for lunch. Let's break for lunch. One last announcement. Those who will be presenting in the fourth session,
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. We are about to start with this session. My name is Polima Poros Kukuni, and I am standing here to chair together with Dr. A. Ngwana. So just a quick reminder, you are given 15 minutes, 12 minutes for presentations, and 3 minutes for questions. Without any waste of time, I will start with our first presenter, which is Juliet Manamela. Can we please give her a round of applause? She presented. Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll start with not Juliet, but then Lidimo Mahopa. Are you around? Yes. Can we encourage her? Media, can you please assist us? It's fine like this. It was there. What happened? It was there. What happened?
Good afternoon. My name is Lirimo Faith Mahopa, and my presentation for today is on the effect of sex, age, body condition score, and physiological changes on hematological parameters of Dopa sheep. So the Dopa sheep is characterized by its fast growth and excellent body conformation and its adaptability to harsh environments. And it is important also to the disadvantaged households or developing regions in South Africa. So again, we have the hematological parameters which are useful when combined with clinical examination in disease diagnosis and prognosis. And when they are combined again with this clinical, they can be able to track the nutritional and metabolic statuses of animals. And on figure 1 there we have the Dopa sheep. Hematological parameters can be affected by a lot of internal and external factors which may make their interpretation to be quite complex. And such non-genetic factors that can affect these hematological parameters may include sex, age, breed, body condition score, and other factors. Hence, it is necessary for us to characterize these hematological parameters according to breed and also production region. And there are studies that have been done on the effect of these non-genetic factors on hematological parameters. However, based on our knowledge, there is lack of literature on the hematological profile of this Dopa sheep. Hence, the aim of this study was to establish the effect of non-genetic factors such as age, sex, physiological status, and body condition score. And our objective was to determine the effect of non-genetic factors on hematological parameters of Dopa sheep, and the hypothesis was in line with the objective. And on figure 2 there, we see a 5 milliliter syringe alongside a 51 gauge needle, which was used to collect samples that are 30 from 11 males and 19 females. We used the census method of sampling at the University of Limpopo Experimental Farm, and before the commencement of this project, we sought clearance from the UL AREC, and then we took the samples that were collected to Impath Laboratories, and below we have the hematological parameters that were analyzed there at the lab. And the statistical package for social sciences, version 29 of 2022, was used to analyze the data, and the general linear model was used to determine the effect of sex, age, body condition score, and physiological status on these hematological parameters at a significance of P is less than 0.05. And here we have figure 3, where it shows all the procedures that were taken in collecting the samples. As we can see there, we have Mr. Mokwena and Dr. Titura, who were assisting with the collection of this data. And in our results, we found that with the hematological parameters that are highlighted in red, for example, we have hemoglobin, red blood cells, when compared to hematological profiles that were provided in a book published in 1965, they were within the interval ranges, whereas with white blood cell and lymphocytes, the readings was over the given hematological profile interval. And then on the effect of sex, we found that hemoglobin, red blood cell distribution, lymphocytes, and pneumoplasm were affected by sex. And then looking at other parameters like platelets or maybe red blood cells, we found that females had higher readings of these levels compared to males. And then coming to body condition score on table 3 and also age on table 4, we found that hematological parameters were not affected by these factors. And then on physiological status, we found it only affected the red blood cell distribution width. And on our discussion, we can say that when the hematological parameters, for example, hemoglobin is within range, it implies that the diet is of high quality, so it means that the animal is well taken care of. And this results on a study published in 2022, we found that their white blood cells were higher compared to the reference values, which actually agrees with the results that we got. And then they also stated that it implies that this animal is able to produce antibodies and has the ability to fight infections. And then again, we stated that when these hematological parameters, when they are combined with clinical examination, they can be used to investigate diseases. So again, even though it's a good thing that this animal has white blood cells that are high so that it can fight infections, you should also go back to the lab and actually check, is there an underlying condition or what's happening? And then on the sex, we found that a study published in 2021, they found similar results to us, where they found lymphocyte, hemoglobin, and red blood cell distribution were affected by this parameter. And then we also found that with males and females, they have different hormones in their body and also different physiological changes that occur. So it means that the level of hematological parameters within them will be different. That's why it is necessary for you to consider sex when you are analyzing these hematological parameters for these animals. And then body condition score, they found different results from us in a study 2022, where they found that hematocrit and hemoglobin were influenced by body condition score. And then age, on the other hand, had influence on some factors in indigenous Bangladesh sheep. And then when we come into physiological status, we found that a study that is published in 2022, they found different results from us where physiological status influence some of these hematological parameters. And we think the reason for this is that they studied single and twinning pregnancy, whereas we just studied one population and then we're just looking at pregnancy and non-pregnancy for our physiological statuses. And then a study in 2014 and 2018, they have results that are similar to us, where they found that physiological status did not affect some of these hematological parameters. And with that conclusion, we can say that body condition score and age did not affect these hematological parameters. On the other hand, physiological status and sex affected hematological parameters. And with that, we can say that when you are analyzing these hematological parameters in animals, you should consider the physiological status alongside the sex. And we also advise that further studies should be done where they use a larger sample size and more study area so that this information can be used to help a large population. And then I would like to thank my supervisory team, Prof. Jasi, Dr. Chitura, Mr. Mugwena, my mentor, the Jasi research team, the Department of Agricultural Economics and Animal Production, NRF, for funding this study. And then I also like to mention that this was published in the German Journal of Veterinary Research. And then these were some of the references that I used, and with that, thank you.
Before questions, can we have the driver of Duke Nissan CVT 057L please attend to your car outside? So do we have any questions for her? Any questions? Okay, there is one question there.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, because you were comparing your studies with other studies, but then it hit me wanting to find out if you've ever considered the effects of the environment on what you were investigating.
With us, we wanted to look at more on sex, physiological status, and other things. So with the environment, we didn't really look much into it. But then I think that gives an opportunity to, in the future, when we are using a larger sample size, to also consider the environment.
So, but do you think it will have any effect?
Yeah, I think it might have an effect because the animals and their adaptability kind of affect the hematological readings in their body. So it might have an effect in that those that are using this different environment or that environment can know, these are the reference values that I can, look at.
Okay, thank you. Do we have more questions? Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mahopa, for your presentation. Looking at the parameters that you are investigating, it seems like those parameters, they interact with each other. Did you try and investigate how their interaction could affect your results?
With these hematological parameters, for example, we have red blood cells. It has components inside of it, or maybe we have the white blood cells, which works alongside neutrophils and also blastophils and also pneumatophils. They work together in that they have different functions in the body where they fight diseases. So we looked at their relationship, and then we found that they have a relationship. And if you look at the first table, you can see that when the lymphocyte readings are high, also the red blood cell readings are also high. This tells us that there is a relationship between these two components because lymphocytes fall under white blood cells. So like that.
Due to time, thank you, Mrs. Mahopa. Moving right along, we are going to the second presenter. Which is Fanu Makuka. Can you please encourage him?
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Consider yourself greeted. It is really a great honor to be standing before you today to share the results of my study titled Evaluation of Simulated Planetary Boundary Layer Heights Against Radiosonde-Derived Estimates for Locations Across South Africa, authored by myself, PM Makoka, and Dr. Enzel de Lange at the Department of Geography and Environmental Sciences at the University of Limpopo. Industrial Revolution. We can all agree that Industrial Revolution is one of the most celebrated humanities milestone. This is because it brought us technological advances and economic advances. The question that we normally ask ourselves is, at what price are we enjoying the benefits of this most celebrated Industrial Revolution? Well, the literature has proven that we are enjoying the benefits at the expense of our own health and our environment. Industrial activities, as you can see from the picture on my right, yes, you can see that industrial activities are emitting different pollutants into the atmosphere, exposing people to pollution and also degrading the air quality. Pollution itself is known as a silent killer that is claiming about 7 million lives around the world, as reported by the World Health Organization in 2016. And for this reason, we need to be aware of that. South Africa is no exception to the issues of pollution. That can be seen on the picture that I just showed right there. So for this reason, South African government has appeared several times in court of law for violating Section 24 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, that gives people the right to environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being. But what really governs the pollution levels at the surface? Well, the literature has proven that the pollution levels are governed by emission sources as well as meteorological conditions. This means that it's very important that we investigate different sources as well as the meteorology of any given area when we want to assess the air quality of any given area. This study is stemming from the meteorology standpoint by investigating the planetary boundary layer height, which is one of the most important parameter for pollution dissipation. As you can see, I don't see the pointer. Okay, it's fine. As you can see, it's written daytime. Okay, thank you so much. If you check this image right there, it shows that this is during the day, and the planetary boundary layer height is a bit up. So for this reason, the planetary boundary layer creates a room for pollution dissipation. Therefore, you would expect like less pollution at the surface, meaning that people during the day are more likely to be safer from pollution as compared to during the night when the planetary boundary layer height is lowered and trapped the pollution to the surface. Although this parameter is very important for pollution dissipation, it's one of the parameters that are very difficult to obtain, primarily because they cannot be directly measured, but it has to be estimated from the measurements collected by the radiosondes. In South Africa, we have few atmospheric sounding stations that are launching radiosondes twice a day, and this limited resolution limits research related to air quality dissipation in the planetary boundary layer. Although models have been developed and satellite observations are being done, these models suffer from accuracy. This is because different models use different parameterization schemes. Therefore, it is important that before we use any model, we assess its accuracy in terms of estimating or simulating the planetary boundary layer height. And this study was aimed at evaluating the simulated planetary boundary layer heights from ERA 5 reanalysis data and assess their usability as alternative to estimate derived from radiosondes for locations across South Africa. The radiosonde data that was used in this study was collected from the University of Wyoming archive for the study period from 2012 to 2021. The radiosonde data provided data about the vertical profiles of temperature, humidity, pressure, wind speed, and wind direction at a limited resolution, as previously explained that we have a problem of resolution in South Africa. However, ERA 5 provided simulated planetary boundary layers at a higher resolution. It can be seen that the temporal resolution right there is 1 hour, and the spatial resolution is approximately 31 kilometers. The method that was used to estimate the planetary boundary layer height from the radiosonde data is the bulk Richardson number. And this method was chosen, this is because this method is also used in the ERA 5. So we want to compare the apples with the apples. We cannot use any other method. We have to use the same method that is used in the model so that we can be fair when assessing the performance of this model. The critical value was set to 0.25, and the planetary boundary layer height was defined as the height at which the bulk Richardson number exceeds this critical value. We also established a vertical limit to avoid capturing tropospheric features as the planetary boundary layer heights. But due to time, I won't be presenting results for the whole study. I will present results for Irene as the representative of the areas, of the interior areas, and then King Shaka as the representative of the areas in the East Coast, and Cape Town as the representative of the areas affected by the West Coast. What you see displayed, these are the box plots showing the diurnal variation of the planetary boundary layer heights in different locations. Or a thing that is easy to notice from this is that the models or ERA 5 reanalysis data was able to capture the detailed evolution of the planetary boundary layer height compared to the radiosonde. This is related to the temporal resolution of the ERA 5 data. Another thing that is, Another thing that is easy to notice is that in the interior region, which is Irene, you would expect higher planetary boundary layer heights during the day, or you could say convective boundary layer heights compared to the coastal regions. And this is because the ocean has an influence on the planetary boundary layer heights in the coastal regions due to its heat capacity as well as adiabatic cooling by moisture. So the performance of ERA 5 was assessed using the Taylor diagrams and different statistical parameters. For example, the correlation, the standard deviation, and the root mean square error. Something that is easy to notice is that the red dots, which represent our ERA 5, show a lower standard deviation compared to the radiosonde, which is our observed. This suggests that ERA 5 underestimates the variability of the planetary boundary layer heights. Then this has to be taken into consideration before using that data. You need to know that the variability is usually underestimated. But it can be seen for Cape Town that during our 0 UTC, which is 2 in the morning, local time, there was an overestimation in the standard deviation is higher compared to the observed. This suggests that ERA 5 overestimated the variability of the planetary boundary layer heights at that hour. But just to save time, I cannot be interpreting the Taylor diagrams like that. I've taken that information and I've summarized it into this simple table so that we can discuss about it. Looking at the correlation, it can be seen that the model shows a positive relationship with the observed planetary boundary layer heights. This suggests that the model performs well in simulating the trend of the planetary boundary layer heights in all the locations. Now moving on to the root mean square error, it can be seen that when simulating the CBL, which are convective boundary layer heights, or the planetary boundary layer heights that occurs during the day, it can be seen that the root mean square error is higher when simulating the CBL heights. This suggests that the model or the ERA 5 magnitude of error is greater when you try to simulate the convective boundary layer heights rather than when you are trying to simulate the stable boundary layer heights. Now moving on to the mean bias error, it can be seen that you would expect underestimation of the planetary boundary layer height from the ERA 5, but overestimation has occurred right there at Cape Town, at 0 UTC, the same thing that you've seen in the Taylor diagrams. In summary, what can we say? We say ERA 5 underestimate the variability of this convective boundary layer heights, while overestimation can occur in some coastal regions. ERA 5 performs well in simulating the seasonal and the trend and the diurnal trend of both CBL heights as well as stable boundary layer heights. ERA 5 generally underestimate the observed planetary boundary layer heights, but the overestimation can occur in some locations. ERA 5 magnitude of error is greater when you try to simulate the convective boundary layer heights compared to the stable boundary layer heights. Now that we understand the limitation and the strengths of the data set, you can do a spatial distribution map using the ERA 5 data, and you can actually take this information and you include it when you do any air quality assessment in any given area, because this parameter does, or it is important for pollution dissipation in South Africa. So in conclusion, ERA 5 data set can be used as an alternative source of high-resolution meteorological data. However, validation with ground-based measurement is essential to identify the limitations and the strengths of this data set. Using ERA 5 reanalysis data in pollution studies can improve the air quality assessment in South Africa, primarily in areas lacking ground-based observational data. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the NRF for funding the study and the Department of Geography for providing supervision and necessary material to undertake this study. These were the references that I used to compile the study. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have questions for Mr. Makuka.
Thank you, Fano. That was really informative. I just want to ask you, do you have any hypotheses about why the convective boundary layer is being overestimated by ERA? Is it perhaps moisture, or do you have any idea why it would be overestimating?
Okay, thank you for the question. The question is, do I have any idea why we see overestimation and underestimation sometimes? So there are different factors that are relating to that. One of the reasons is that the method that is used in ERA 5 uses a virtual dry static energy in the bulk Richardson number, but the method that we employed ourselves, due to the availability of data to us, we used the virtual potential temperature. It's one of the reasons. The second reason is that it depends on ERA 5 usually takes surface values of somewhere around 10 meters above the ground, and then in the radio zones you can get wind data from the surface maybe somewhere around 2 meters. That can introduce some instantaneities in what we see. Another reason is that the vertical resolution, obviously the ERA 5 has a different vertical resolution compared to the radio zone data. That's why we might expect to see the differences, not necessarily where the ERA 5 is going to estimate or simulate exact and something like that, the planetary boundless. Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute for question.
Thank you, Mr. Fano. Thank you for an interesting presentation on a very important topic. My suggestion would be to also consider other reanalysis products instead of just focusing on the radio sound and the ERA 5. It would be interesting to include other products such as the Japanese reanalysis, the American NSEP, the GFS, the German products. There are several reanalysis products. It might be interesting to see how they all compare against the radio zones.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. And one of the reasons why this was so focused on the ERA 5 is because of time constraints. We are only given two years to do our master, so we cannot take everything. We just have to focus on that one thing and be good at that. Thank you.
We will move, thank you, sir. We will move to the third speaker. Our third speaker is Masingita Machimanai. Are you available? Can you please give her a round of applause?
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you is Masingita Ashley Machimana. I am going to be presenting on an investigation into the value creation into the tourism industry of Johannesburg and Magubaskloof in Limpopo province. I am under the supervision of Dr. Denise Klopper. This is my presentation outline. Has the introduction, which contains of the background and problem statement, the rationale, which constitutes of the study purpose, the objectives, the methodology, results and discussion, the conclusion and recommendation, and references and acknowledgements. Tourism is defined as people traveling from their place of
their usual environment to other places for different purposes, such as work and personal activities. The tourism industry contributes about 7.1% to the country's gross domestic product. And in 2016, it contributed about 5% of the economy of the Limpopo province. The tourism industry does not only contribute monetary resources, it also contributes to the society. It contributes also to conservation of traditions and culture, and it increases the availability of basic services such as water and sanitation. The growth in the industry increases the number of destinations that serve as spaces for social learning. Social learning is a learning that occurs spontaneously or intentionally amongst people interacting with each other. Value creation, value refers to usefulness or effectiveness or resourcefulness. Value creation refers to a process whereby a certain activity, such as the tourism industry, grows and develops businesses and activities around an area that are to be meaningful to people that live there and businesses that are around the area, as well as tourists. In this study, we are going to look at the 8 value creation cycles that were discovered by Finger Trainer and Jean Levey in the value creation framework. Tourism contributes greatly to the GDP of the country, but our government only focuses on the economic value and neglects sustainability. They only focus on the monetary contribution of the industry. And as the industry grows, there are social impacts and environmental impacts. There's environmental degradation, there's deforestation. The growth of the industry can also affect the people, the residents that stay around. But they neglect that because they focus more on the contribution of the industry to the GDP. The Magubaskloof and Johannesburg area has several tourist attractions, and it provides an opportunity to establish a corridor, and hence is a suitable place to investigate value creation. This investigation of the study will not only focus on the monetary contribution, it will also include the socio-cultural and environmental aspects of the area. The study will contribute to a broader understanding on the theory of social learning while bringing a new perspective through the application of the value creation framework in the tourism discipline. No recent research was done on value creation in the Magubaskloof and Johannesburg area. Hence, this study will fill the gap by providing knowledge for future research and the value creation and the theory of social learning. The aim of the study is to investigate into the value creation in the tourism industry of the Johannesburg and Magubaskloof area. The objectives of the study are to evaluate value created in the tourism industry using the value creation framework. We're going to investigate the value created for and by businesses around the area. We're going to also evaluate the value created for the broader environment by the local tourism industry, and evaluate the value created for tourists who engage in the tourism industry. Like I said, the study has been conducted at Magubaskloof and Johannesburg. Stratified sampling was used to make these 3 stratas from the population. We investigated from the tourists, the residents,
that stay around the area because they are the ones that know the broader environment in details, as well as the business managers and owners around the area. Convenience sampling was used when sampling the tourists, since people will participate in the study willingly and not forcefully. A mixed method approach was used in the study, and a structured questionnaire was made and survey interviews were used. A pilot study for validity and reliability was conducted before the main study to ensure that there are no errors or offensive questions in the main questionnaire. For data analysis, I used SPSS for descriptive statistics, and also I used NVivo coding to make themes, to do thematic analysis, make themes that were used to the results via Microsoft Excel. As you can see in the presentations there, the tourists that have had potential value are about 62.5%, because when interacting with while them interacting with other tourists and people in the area, they had learned something. And from those that had learned something, about 41.7% of them intended on using whatever they've learned out in the world, at work, at home, or everywhere else. So that is applied value. For the broader environment, people that reside around the area were interviewed, and about 75% of them engage with tourists that visit the area. And there's, as you can see in the word cloud, these are some of the words that appeared the most: socializing, learning new languages, love, friendship, making new friendship, adventures. These are the activities and the things that occurred during their interactions with other people, their engagement with the tourists that visit the area. And this is immediate value created for the people that reside in the area. This table shows the responses of some of the people that reside there. And here it shows that there is negative and positive transformative value that was created for the people that reside there. And it was created via the environment having negative impacts due to the local tourism industry. You can see some say there are negative impacts such as pollution, the roads get ruined, and some say there is good value there because the local tourism industry brings about foreign investments. It is good for people. It is good for them because they interact with other people. It gives them a chance to interact, it gives them a break, and so forth. And then for the businesses, here we were looking at the value created by businesses. If the businesses there use products that can be considered environmentally responsible. And as you can see, most of the businesses do recycling and use biodegradable coffee cups, and some remove alien species from their premises
to conserve the environment. And this are some responses from the business owners and managers. This is value created for them by the tourists and residents that engaged in the tourism industry. Some say they do community services. Some say they benefit from making customers happy. They are happy as well. And some say they do a lot of social responsibilities and help out in the society, and that is value created. It's positive value created for them, and it is also enabling value for the environment and the local tourism industry. In conclusion, the study concludes that there is immediate applied potential, enabling, and transformative value created in the area. Value created for the tourists, residents, the environment, the businesses, as both positive and negative. It's just unfortunate that some did not learn anything from engaging with other tourists, hence there was no value created for them at the moment. There is value creation in the area, hence sustainability must be taken into consideration. As the tourism industry grows in the area, the society must also be taken into consideration, the environment as well, the culture, the traditions of the people that stay there, they must be taken into consideration as well. Let's not only focus on the monetary benefits, let's also focus on what impacts does our extension, expansion, and development have on the environment and the people residing in the area. This study recommends for the local government to take up strategies that can involve the community when developing the industry so that they can be able to conserve the environment and their socio-cultural traditions. The study also recommends for more studies to be done in the study area so that there is more insight into the tourism into what the tourism industry offers. These are the references that I've used for the study, and I'd like to thank my supervisor, Dr. D. Klopper, and the MQA for funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Masingita. Do we have questions for her? Questions? We still have time for questions. Do we have questions for Masingita? Okay, I have one question. Okay, two. We'll take two.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I think the first one would be, in that region there are different types of tourism sectors. Maybe which ones did you look at? Did you look at everything? Or you selected a few of those tourist attraction areas? Then the other thing is value creation. You seem to have maybe analyzed everything as one, and I think in terms of value creation, did you consider the different types of people, maybe the communities, the rich, the poor, the medium, because the response would always be the same. If a tourist, is it a local tourist, international tourist? If they meet up, let's say, with someone from a previously disadvantaged background, and they are meeting with a foreign tourist, it's a different feel and what they learn, and it's a different response that you get. If you meet up with maybe, let's say, an educated person and that same tourist, they might not learn anything, but they will learn something. If you get what I'm saying. So I don't know how you manage the control setup of everything for you to be able to say there was value addition or there was no value addition. because there's just so much of background noise, and I didn't kind of pick that up from your research. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. To answer your first question on looking at the industry, well, when we looked at the industry, we took it as a whole. So there, it depends on which business, let's say for instance, business owners or business managers. It depends on which ones really want to participate on our study, because we can't force people to participate in the study. So we looked at all the businesses as a whole that make up the industry, the transport businesses, the hospitality businesses, the food restaurant, entertainment, and then in that, those that participate in the study form part of our results that are there. I don't know if I've answered your question. And then with the interaction between people, social learning, like I said, it talks to the learning that occurs spontaneously or intentionally, anywhere at any time. So other people engaging with other people, irregardless of who they are, their class, where they are from, whether they are domestic, whether they are inbound or international tourists, our conversation, me interacting with you, it's based there. If I've learned something from the interaction that I've had with you, if I've learned that if I saw that you respected mem right there, and then I've learned from that, it is value created for me. If you and I had a conversation about making stew, and I realized that there's an ingredient I miss whenever I cook stew, there's value created, it's immediate value created for me at the moment. And as soon as I get home, I add that ingredient, then it's applied value created for me from the conversation you and I had. So it doesn't choose people from class, race, or whether they're locally or they're from other countries. It's just between two or more people interacting with each other, whether they know each other or they just bumped into each other. The value created there for each one of them, whether there is value, there is no value, whether there is positive or negative value. That's what we focus on. Next question.
Oh, thank you for a nice presentation. I was trying to read your conclusion there, but then I got distracted by my sister. But it's fine. You were talking about recommending strategies. So my question is, what are those strategies that you have maybe in your mind?
In my perspective as an environmentalist, when developments are done in an area, there needs to be stakeholder engagement. The community needs to be involved in whatever is happening. Their view is valid because whatever we will be doing in that area, at the end of the day, will affect the people that reside in the area and their environment. It will affect the way they do things, the way they live, their culture, and all this. So those things must be taken into consideration. Hence, hence I recommend that the local government, when new developments are being done in the area, they should include the voice of the community in there so that they hear
what impacts will be there for the people that live there and the environment. And hence, some changes can be made to the developments.
Okay, thank you. Without any waste of time, we will move to the next speaker, which is Brilliant Lope. Are you available? Can we please give her a round of
Greetings, everybody. My name is Lope Brilliant, and I'll be taking you through my research titled The Response of Soil Enzyme Activities to Bioremediation of Toxic Elements in Mine-Affected Soils, which was co-authored by Dr. Polusho Hopa. Without wasting any much time, let's go straight to the introduction. Soil enzymes can be defined as moderators and catalysts of soil processes. Let's take decomposition as our first process because this is one of the examples that are accelerated by enzymes in the soil. Decomposition is carried out by living organisms in the soil, and they lead to the release of nutrients. And as such, we can then say soil enzymes have an indirect influence on soil fertility. Heavy metals, on the other hand, have always existed in the soil, but they've always been in low quantities. However, due to anthropogenic activities such as mining, their concentrations in the soil has drastically increased, and this high concentration of heavy metals have an influence on the environment that is negative, and they also pose risks to the human health when they enter the food chain. When we now come to the concept of bioremediation, we are learning that this concept was introduced in order to correct the problems of having high concentration of heavy metals in the soil. This concept involves the use of living organisms in order to remove heavy metals from an affected environment. The organisms that I can give examples of include bacteria such as Escherichia coli, as well as fungi. For example, we can have Aspergillus. Without wasting any much time, let's look at the effect that heavy metals have on soil enzyme activities. When the concentration of heavy metals in the soil increase, the activities of soil enzymes decrease. And that is because these heavy metals are attached to the sulfhydryl group of the enzymes, and which are important for microbial metabolism, thereby impeding their function. Another possible reason can be because when the concentration of heavy metals in the soil increase, the pH decreases. And as such, we are now going to have a limited concentration of nutrients for organisms to feed on. Another possible reason can be the low microbial activity that is also affected by the low pH levels. The study aimed at investigating how the activities of soil enzymes in mine-affected soils would be altered by heavy metal bioremediation, with the objective being to determine whether bioremediation of toxic elements in mine-affected soils would affect soil enzyme activities. It was therefore hypothesized that there would be no effect of bioremediation of toxic elements on soil enzymatic activities. This study was done using samples that were collected in Tikontele Community Farm, which is located 854 meters away from a previously gold-producing mine referred to as Lily Mine. This is located in Barberton, Mpumalanga, South Africa, characterized by the coordinates that are displayed there. The area is characterized by a temperature that ranges between 14 to 28 degrees Celsius, with a mean annual precipitation of 755 millimeters. Upon arrival at the farm, a mini farm survey was conducted where it was found that there was no variation in terms of soil properties, and as such, two soil profiles were then opened inside the farm as well as outside the farm, where it was found that the hard soil form dominated. Within the soil profile, there was visibility of mine deposits. 3 samples per field were then collected from the topsoil. Upon arrival at the University of Limpopo Soil Science Laboratory, a 4x2 factorial arranged in a completely randomized design was carried out, and it was replicated 3 times. In order to carry out the process of bioremediation, a composite sample was made from the 3 samples that were collected earlier on, and 50 grams of soil was weighed from that composite sample into sterile glass beakers. Tolerant microbes which were found in abundance in the soil, which was Escherichia coli, was then cultured following a method by Castana et al. 1998. And then these microbes were then added to the soil while leaving some samples with no microbes. However, both samples, the ones that had the microbes as well as the ones that did not have the microbes, they were all incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for a period of 8 weeks. Irrigation was done every 2 days as guided by the field capacity of the soil. When we now come to the analysis that were performed in the samples, both pre and post, we did soil pH, electrical conductivity, nitrogen, phosphorus, toxic elements, as well as the activity of phosphatase and FDA hydrolase. However, on the pre-samples, soil particle size distribution was also determined. This table summarizes the conditions of the field before carrying out the process of bioremediation, where the percentage of silt, clay, and sand were used to guide the texture of the soil, which was found to be sandy loam for field 1, clay loam for field 2, sandy clay loam for the forest as well as for field 3. The pH in water as well as that one that was measured in KCl ranged between 5.81 to 8.83. Whereas the pH ranged between 396 to 687. Nutrients that were measured ranged between 0.72 to 1.72, whereas heavy metals ranged between 11.88, which was recorded for lead, to 56.71, which was recorded for chromium. This is just a continuation of what I was talking about. When we now come to the results post-bioremediation, from the graphs that are displayed, the blue bar shows the pre-samples, the orange bar shows the inoculated samples, whereas the gray color shows the non-inoculated samples. From those graphs, it is evident that the pH of the soil decreased, and that may be because as the enzyme carry out the process of bioremediation, it also undergoes its metabolic activities, and as such it releases acetic as well as lactic acid as byproducts, which may lead to a decrease in pH. In addition, E. coli also consumes carbon sources, which then releases carbon dioxide as a byproduct, which has the potential to form carbonic acid, thus also contributing to the low pH levels. When we now look at the electrical conductivity, here it is evident that the texture of the soil played a major role in the electrical conductivity, because the sandy textured soils, or rather the soils that recorded low percentages of sand, they had low electrical conductivity, and that may be because they lack a surface area where now electrically charged ions can be absorbed. When we now look at the impact that bioremediation had on selected nutrients, which were nitrate and ammonium, which measure nitrogen, as well as phosphorus, their levels decreased. And that is because as the bacteria carries on with the process of bioremediation, it feeds on the nutrients for its survival as well as for energy in order for it to now carry out the process. Hence now there is the recorded decrease in the concentration of nutrients. When we now continue and we look at the effect that bioremediation had on the concentration of heavy metals, the heavy metals that were selected were arsenic, candium, chromium, and lead. And their concentrations decreased following bioremediation. And that is because bacteria has an efflux systems which then transport heavy metals from the cytoplasm to extracellular regions, thereby decreasing their concentrations in the soil. However, there is also a recorded decrease, or rather a slight decrease in the levels of heavy metals in the samples that were not inoculated. And that may be because the existing bacteria was now nurtured because of the conditions it was exposed to. When we now look at the effect that bioremediation had on enzymatic activities, which were chosen as phosphatase as well as FDA hydrolase, the activity of enzymes was high in the pre-samples, and that was due to microorganisms being tolerant to the heavy metals that were in the soil. However, we now see a decrease in enzyme activities post-bioremediation, and that is because now the bacteria fed on the nutrients, and as such, there's no longer available nutrients for organisms to feed on. In addition, the decrease in pH might also have had an effect on the availability of microorganisms. We can therefore conclude that bioremediation can reduce the concentration of heavy metals in mine-affected soils. However, it alters the soil environment. For example, we have recorded a decrease in nutrients, and we have also recorded a decrease in microorganisms, and as such, now we also had a decrease of soil enzyme activities. I would like to thank the Tikontele Community Farm for allowing me to conduct this study at their farm, as well as the University of Limpopo for offering me a chance to carry out this study, as well as the resources in order for this research to be a success. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time, and thank you for lending me your ears. Comments, questions, and recommendations are welcome.
Thank you. You have utilized your time very well. We have 3 minutes for questions. Any questions? Do you have questions? Do you have questions? No questions? Okay. There's a question there.
Thank you.
Any
Thank
other
you for the nice
question?
presentation.
Do
You
we-
mentioned pH.
Sorry.
Okay.
Is there any other question?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take 2 questions, and then from there, Dr. Nkwana will be taking over. Thank you.
Okay. I heard you mentioned pH, heavy metals, and microbial contaminants. So I want to know, since pH is one of the most important parameters in chemical analysis, what is the relationship between pH and microbial contaminants, and pH to heavy metals? And which techniques did you use to analyze heavy metals in soil content? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'll start by explaining the relationship between heavy metals and pH. So, as the concentration of heavy metals in the soil increase, the pH decreases, and I can say that they have an indirect proportion relationship. And when we now come to the relationship between, I believe you said that the microbial activities as well as soil pH. So as the pH decreases, the environment no longer becomes suitable, or rather conducive for microorganisms to exist. And as such, I can also say they also have an indirect proportion relationship. And another possible reason for that relationship may be because at low pH, we don't have enough nutrients for organisms to now feed on. Did I answer all your questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for the interesting presentation. I just want to find out the organisms that were used in your study. How did you go about choosing them, and were they bioengineered or were they natural ones?
Okay, the organisms that were used was E. coli. It was just E. coli alone, and that was because it was found in abundance in the soil. So the idea is for us to now use the organisms that we find in the soil and not introduce other organisms. So what happened was that these organisms were found in the soil and they were then isolated from the soil and cultured.
Thank you for the nice presentation. With your graphs, you can go to one of your graphs. Okay, okay, it's fine. I understand that you can separate your means using different means or different ways of showing significant differences. So with your graphs, for each bar you have a sign on top. What is that sign and how do you interpret it? Thank you.
I understand that I did not really include my statistics in this presentation, and that was because of time. However, statistics was run using statistics version 10, and means were separated using Turkey's multiple range test. And I also had tables that showed the mean separations, but for these ones, these bars are just showing the differences. It's not really about mean separation.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. Clap hands for her, please. I am not happy with the hands. We are many in here. Please clap hands for her. Now clap hands for me. My name is Andreas Nkwana. I will be taking you with the last 5 speakers. We are left with only 5 speakers. It means we are doing well with time. Without waste of time, I will call the next presenter. His name is Kelvin Mosarua. He will present about the post-harvest application of seed wheat. The commodity is tomato. We'll hear whether the tomato is a vegetable or a fruit. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. You are protected.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you as introduced is Musarura Kelvin, and I am here to present my study, my post-harvest study entitled Post-Harvest Application of Seaweed-Based Biostimulant Kelpec for Preserving the Quality of Tomato Fruit, under the supervision of Dr. Satere and Prof. Maffeo. Tomato fruit is classified as a climacteric fruit because it's characterized by a significant increase of respiration and ethylene production towards its ripening. The farming of tomato fruit has seen an increase in job creation in the agricultural sector, and it has created jobs under different departments in management, post-harvest handling, and many more. There are different factors which leads to which leads to the deterioration of the quality of tomato fruit. Some of them, they include mechanical handling, post-harvest handling, over-ripening, and even mechanical damage during different methods, post-harvest methods that are being performed. During cold storage of tomato fruit, tomatoes are stored at temperatures which are lower than 10 degrees, and the storage of tomatoes at these temperatures has seen tomatoes succumb to chilling stress, which leads to chilling injury and effectively leads to the downgrade of the quality of tomatoes. This leads to tomatoes being rejected on the market by the consumers. I always hear a saying which says an apple a day keeps you away from the doctor, but if you were to ask how many of you do not eat apples every day but you don't go to see a doctor every day? Because you know you are eating tomatoes almost every day in your meals. You might be knowing it or not knowing it. Tomatoes are valued for their nutritional contents. They are rich in vitamins, antioxidants, which play a vital role in the health of us as human beings. And they are tropical and climateric fruits which have economic and nutritive value in the country. And as such, they are the existence of chilling injury due to the lower temperature storages has seen tomatoes suffer in terms of quality. Therefore, there are methods that have to be provided or produced which can counteract and combat the existence of chilling injury on the tomatoes. Therefore, that's where we introduce Kelpec, the seaweed-based biostimulant. This is because it has got phytohormones that are necessary for preventing chilling injury occurrence. So the study was aimed at preservation of tomato fruit quality from the application of seaweed-based biostimulant Kelpec with an objective to determine whether the quality of fruit will be preserved by the application of the seaweed-based biostimulant Kelpec. 4 treatments were prepared as 0%, which served as the control, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6. They were prepared, and then pink mature fruit they were immersed in the treatments, and they were stored at 10 degrees for 21 days. Thereafter, they were stored under ambient temperature for 6 days to simulate shelf life conditions. And then, during the storage of ambient temperature, different fruit variables were collected at 2 days intervals. Fruit firmness was measured, total soluble solids were measured, and lycopene content was also measured. Two-way ANOVA was used to analyze the data on GenState software, and Dangenmot range test was used at 5% level of significance. As we can see from the results, we can see that firmness deteriorates or goes down with time. And we can check that 0.4% Kelpec and 0.6 maintained firmness compared to other treatments as we proceed with the days. They did not show any huge decrease or loss of firmness in our fruits. Same as total soluble solids, as we can notice 0.4% Kelpec and 0.6, they have the same trend, almost the same trends, and they do not show any huge statistical difference. So we can say that COPEC managed to preserve the TSS of our fruit. And when we check lycopene, we can see that the levels of lycopene increased at first, and then we can see that 0.4 showed a huge spike up and then a sudden drop at the end. And for that, we can say that we can say that our lycopene, we can say that the inconsistency showed by the treatment in preserving the lycopene content suggests that the COPEC treatment 4 may cause in fluctuations with the lycopene content. As we check on our results, the results can demonstrate that COPEC was able to preserve the post-harvest quality of our tomato fruit by maintaining our TSS level, the firmness, as well as lycopene. Therefore, it is safe to conclude that our COPEC, which is derived from the seaweed, is a very vital post-harvest technology that we can use to preserve the quality of our fruit. I would like to thank my supervisory team for assisting me with carrying out this study. And I would also like to thank the University of Limpopo for providing research infrastructure which made it possible to conduct this study. And with this, I would thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Calvin. Please clap hands for Calvin, please. Any question, suggestion, inputs? Remember, colleagues, we are here to build the studies so that we can publish these papers. So we need to build. Please. Questions, comments, inputs? Yes. There's a hand here.
Yes. On your graph, you show a lycopene spike, but then after time there was a huge drop. Can you explain that? Maybe I just missed it. And then what will be the impact on your consumer on that?
Thank you for the question. I would say since lycopene is it's a carotenoid that is found in the tomato, which is responsible for the color. So my explanation to that might be that we might have had, or during day 2 and day 4, you might find out that we had an increase, like as it suggests here, an increase of the lycopene content, and maybe due to other factors, maybe that were not part of the study, that might have contributed to a certain decrease in the lycopene content. The lycopene decreased, of which that could be an interesting way if we can further and check and see why the behavior was like that. Thank you.
Questions, inputs, suggestions? Any addition? Yes, this is the hand this side.
Thank you very much. Mine is short, it's just a clarity-seeking question. I just want to find out the variety of tomato that you're working on. Is it perhaps, because I think we have cherries, I don't know them really well, but I just want to check like if you are working on the tomato as a whole or you have a certain type that you are working on.
Okay, thank you. We did not use any specific type of a tomato. It was just tomato in general. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. You are released. Please clap hands for him. And the next speaker is Kali Magabe. She will present on the effect of the meter square ultra high density. The commodity is Moringa olivera. Thank you very much.
Okay, greetings everyone. As I was already introduced, my name is Magabe Kylie and I'll be taking you through my study on the topic of effect of the meter square ultra-high density planting technology on growth, yield and phytonutritional composition of Moringa olivera under the supervision of the indicated names. Moringa olivera is a quickly expanding tree that is found throughout tropical and subtropical regions such as Africa, India, China, and the map here just indicates regions where Moringa olivera is mostly cultivated. Each and every part of this plant is a storehouse of important nutrients and phytochemicals such as calcium, flavonoids, carotenoids, and others, and it also gained interest worldwide, and people are even using it as a food supplement. So it is able to treat some of conditions such as malnutrition, anemia, and other diseases. Ultra-high density planting technology is a practice of planting plants very close to each other without compromising the quality of the crop. So the picture here indicates an example of high density planting. The amount suitable for agriculture has been reducing due to urban development. As you can see that, I'm asking for the pointer. So as you can see that before urban development, the land was green. So, as you can see that before urban development, the land was green, and now it has been occupied by buildings and other stuff. So, Moringa olivera ends up receiving less attention because most farmers be focusing on producing staple foods such as rice, grain, cereals, and others in order to meet the ever-growing population. On the other hand, this plant is planted using a traditional spacing level of 100 by 100 centimeters without knowing that it may have effects on both primary and secondary metabolites. For example, it was reported that ascorbic acid and antioxidant activity were increased in medium planting density of red cabbage. And however, these studies are still lacking when it comes to Moringa olivera. So the aim of the study was to develop scientific information on this technology and its effects on growth, yield, and phytonutritional composition of Moringa olivera. So these are the objectives. As you can see that the first objective, it was highlighted, it indicates that I'm already done with this objective, and the other two, I'm still busy with them, but I will explain them later. For now, I'll be taking you through the first objective. This study was conducted at the University of Limpopo in an open field, and then 4 spacing levels were used as treatments with 10 by 10 being the ultra-high density and the 100 by 100 centimeters being the lowest density, and it is a traditional way of planting, and it was used as a control in the study. So seeds obtained from World Vegetable Center were planted in seedling trays using hygromix medium, and then at tulip stage they were transplanted using different spacing levels, and the last picture there indicates ultra-high density after transplanting. So growth parameters collected were plant height, stem diameter. They were collected from day 0 until termination day. And the other parameters, as you can see, they were only collected at termination. So data was subjected to analysis of variance using statistics 10, and then mean separation was achieved through LSD at a level significance of 0.05. So graph-fed prism was the one that was used to plot the graphs in the study. So these are the results. As you can see that on 100 by 100 centimeters, this density obtained more yield per plant. You can see even this, the stem diameter was very thick and the plants were tall as compared to the 10 by 10 centimeters. And then, but on a meter square basis, you can see that the 10 by 10 centimeters resulted in the highest yield, and then the 100 by 100 centimeters that had the highest yield per plant, but it resulted in the lowest yield per square meter. So this first graph here indicates plant height. You can see that the plants grew uniformly. They grew uniformly from a few weeks, 4 weeks after transplanting, and you can see that the ultra high density grew taller at first, and then at the end of the experiment you can see that 100 by 100 centimeters obtained the highest plant height. And then the stem, this might be due to what was reported by Abdullah, that when plants are planted very close to each other, they tend to compete for available resources, and then they tend to grow taller at first, but due to limited resources in the soil, they tend to the growth rate decreases, and the ones that are having more nutrients in the soil, they grow taller. And then the stem diameter here, you can see as well that they grew uniformly at first as well. And then you can see that at the end of the experiment, the 100 by 100 centimeters obtained the thickest stem diameter. And this might be due to the fact that they had abundant nutrients in the soil. So these graphs here indicate leaf yield per plant, and the other one indicates leaf yield per square meter. So you can see that the treatment A, which is 10 by 10 centimeters, had the lowest yield per plant, and then on treatment D, which was 100 by 100 centimeters, resulted in the highest yield per plant. On the contrary, so it is indicated on the next graph here that the 10 by 10 centimeters resulted in the highest yield per square meter, and then the 100 by 100 centimeters resulted in the lowest yield per plant. So so it is very important to know this. So this is the chlorophyll content. You can see that 100 by 100 centimeters obtained the highest chlorophyll content, and then the 10 by 10 centimeters resulted in the lowest chlorophyll content. But the very good thing about this is because this, they all obtained chlorophyll content that was above 50. So this table here indicates the leaf color. So you can see that the 100 by 100 centimeters had the lowest L value, and the L value ranges from 0 to 100, and it indicates lightness. So 0 represents a dark, and then 100 represent a white. So you can see that the lowest value obtained here, it indicates that the leaves were darker on 100 by 100 centimeters, and then the A values here you can see as well that it was very low, indicating that the leaves were green. So this study, as I conclude, indicates that Moringa oleifera, the 10 by 10 centimeters is very important in the production of leaves, because it even allows farmers to use the limited spacing they are having, or the limited land they are having, in order to produce more leaf yield. And also it is recommended to use the lowest quality, the lowest density, which is 100 by 100 centimeters, to produce the highest quality products such as seeds and seed oil. And also the other interesting part about this technology is that it also address some of the sustainable development goals, such as zero hunger
good health and well-being, and also it acts as a climate smart plant. So like I said earlier that I was still busy with the other objectives. So this is, I will be determining objective 2 and 3. You can see I will be determining the nutrient composition, and then for the reason for me to determine the proline content is because I want to know how much the plants were stressed, if they were stressed. And then on the phytochemical composition as well, I will determine them, and I want to know if, because the plants, when they are stressed, they tend to produce phytochemicals as defense mechanism. So if the plants were stressed, especially on the 100 by 100 centimeters, I'll be determining this in order to see if they produced more of these chemicals here. So I would like to thank the University of Limpopo, DSI, my supervisory team, and each and every person who has contributed to this study. These are the references, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Questions, comments, inputs? Why are you putting Mr. Bean here? Questions? Okay.
Thank you. It's a very interesting topic, high density planting always. What I was wondering is, have you ever looked, or do you anticipate looking at the root system as well, you know, to balance, see what's the balance between your top growth and your root growth with regards to the density that you have? Because obviously the one has an impact on the other, and maybe increasing root density could also help to mitigate the possible negative effects of a close density planting.
Oh yeah, as you can see, the root system, yes, they were affected because under ultra high density there was no, the spacing was limited, so they were entangling there, so there was no enough space. But the aim of this was just to produce the leaves for on a short period of time, not for a longest period. So that's why I don't really look into them.
Saying there will be another study about the roots and...
Oh, maybe I did not answer the question. Maybe please repeat.
What I want to know is are you going to investigate the roots, maybe enhancing the root system before you plant a high density, because the roots formed will not be diminished. It's just that they can't form in a high density space. So are you going to investigate that at all, or is it not one of your priorities?
No, I'm not going to investigate them, but if I come back maybe for PhD, I might, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hands of applause. And the next speaker is Cecilia Munyoki. She will present on the effects of non-genetic factors on milk yield. The commodity is a gold. Please clap hands for her.
How do I use it?
Just press. Thank you, you are protected.
Greetings to you all. Standing in front of you is Cecilia Munyoki, and welcome to my presentation. I'm going to be presenting about the determination of non-genetic factors that affect milk production, milk yield, and component traits of Toggenburg dairy goats of South Africa. The figure below is a Toggenburg dairy goat, and it is a major dairy breed that is widely reared in South Africa. It is well adapted to different climate conditions and produces milk that has desirable composition, such as high butterfat and high protein yield. This goat is hardy, it is well adopted, and because it can fit in many different regions in South Africa, however, when you compare it to other three, because there are three of them that are produce milk in South Africa, the Saanen and the British Alpine, the Toggenburg dairy goat, it is low yielding. Therefore, as we know that milk production is more associated with the cattle, but these days there is, the land is decreasing as attributed to the fact that the population is increasing, and the land that is, the land is being distributed for settlement. Therefore, to increase the milk yield, milk production is low. Therefore, the dairy goat production is meant to increase the milk production to provide for the growing population. So, the aim of this current study was to recognize the non-genetic factors that affect milk production of Toggenburg dairy goats of South Africa. The objective of the study was to determine the effects of non-genetic factors of milk production traits of Toggenburg dairy goats. The hypothesis of this study was in line with the objective of the study. A lot of studies have been done, but according to the study by 2014, not much has been done on dairy goats. A lot of research is out there available for us to read, but it is only dealing with the dairy cattle. And also, the study on by the researcher of 2014 and 2021, they found that non-genetic factors, although they have substantial impact on overall productivity and quality of milk, they are not straightforward in dairy goats. When we talk of these type of factors such as nutrition, which we know that they have direct impact on milk production, then additionally, based on our knowledge, in this study, there is not enough information on the effects of non-genetic factors on milk production traits of Toggenburg dairy goats of South Africa. This table is displaying the different factors and the factor levels and the variables as described as they are going to be, as they are found in this study. The study was conducted in South Africa. It used performance records, which were according to the way they were recorded in South Africa study book from the year 1976 to 2018. Non-probability convenience sampling technique and a longitudinal observational study design was also used, was the one that was employed in this study. So, the equipment, as you can see them there, these are the equipments that were used to collect the data. And then the Minitab software was used to determine the effects of non-genetic factors on milk production traits. Then the Fisher-LSD method was used to separate the means. The following is the general linear model as described below. So, we look at the results of the study, the non-genetic factors. One of them was dam parity, and the figures that are highlighted in red, they were showing the highest values because dam parity had a lot of significant effects on lactation milk yield, fat yield, lactose yield, somatic cell count, and also persistency. For instance, if we look at parity number 3 there, we have the highest values of lactation milk yield and lactation protein yield lactation lactose yield, and then on parity 1, it had the highest persistence. Okay, so if we check the second table on the results section, we see them parity 1 having the highest values of lactation value milk and lactation value protein, lactation value fat, and also the milk index was the highest. However, we see parity 8 there having the lowest values as highlighted in blue, the lowest values for the same traits. Okay, so the other factors that we looked at in this study was such as the kidding season. Kidding season was also significant, and we had the highest values of persistency as highlighted in red in summer. Then the type of birth, this is where we looked at the single, the twins, and those that were bearing triplets. The dose that produced single kids, they had the highest persistency as it is highlighted there. Agroecological zones, they were arid, semi-arid, subhumid, temperate, and they only semi-arid had the highest lactation value yield. Okay, on the next slide, it shows the effects of kidding season, type of birth, agroecological zones on the lactation value milk, protein yield, fat yield, and also the milk index. Autumn had the highest lactation value fat, and summer had the highest milk yield. So the type of birth, triplets, they had the highest lactation value milk yield, and on the agroecological zones, all the ones that are highlighted in red, they performed better than the arid zone. These the graphs here are showing the trends of the same milk traits over the years from 1991 to 2018. The same, there is the same effects of birth here from 1994 going to 2018, how the traits were behaving over the years. Okay, these current results, they were in line with the reports of other authors. For example, this author of 2020, who reported the lower performance of younger dose due to partitioning of the nutrients between production, growth, and development. Other authors also reported the significant effects of seasons, which was due to increasing photoperiod that influenced the development and function of mammary glands and voluntary feed intake. There were more authors that also that reported the same kind of reports, but this one of 2015, who reported that the those with multiple kids produced more milk than those with single kids. But the other author now was describing what could have led to this, and they were saying that this could have been attributed to the high levels of hormones like lactogen, progesterone, as influenced by the presence of multiple fetuses in the placenta, and also after kidding, where you find the kidding reflex after when they start suckling. In conclusion, the study concludes that non-genetic factors indeed affect milk production traits of Toggenburg dairy goats. Therefore, the study will recommend that feeds can be provided with higher nutrients to those of first to third parities to support the growth, development, and also the milk production. Farmers can also be encouraged to select and crossbreed does and bucks with tuning abilities, as multiple birth has been seen to provide to have more milk yield. Proper management can also be looked at. Therefore, I would like to acknowledge my supervisor, Prof. Otada, and my co-supervisor, Prof. TL Tiasi, and also Tiasi research team the Department of Agricultural Economics and Animal Production of University of Limpopo, as well as the Rural Development and Innovation Hub, University of Limpopo. Thank you. These are some of the references that I used to compile this work, and that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please clap hands for her. Questions? Comments? Inputs? There's a hand this side. You can come to the podium.
Thank you. I heard you mentioning that there are 3 breeds for milk. Are you sure about that, whatever that you said, are you sure about it, that we only have 3 types of goat? And then the other question that I heard you mentioning that you are looking at the genetic factors, but you only mentioned the nutrition. What are other factors that you were looking at in this study? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. For the 2 questions. I will start by the second question. The study is ongoing. So currently, this study was only focusing on non-genetic factors. Factors that, such as nutrition, those ones they are known to be directly. But the factors that are analyzed here, like dam parity, kidding season, birth year, type of birth, they are the ones that we were checking. What are their effects? Those are now the non-genetic factors that we are under study. Can I please get your first question?
The first question was, you mentioned when you were presenting that we have only 3 types of goat in South Africa.
All right, thank you very much for that question. The goats that are recognized according to literature in South Africa are around 7. Some of them, they produce mohair. There are those that produce meat. Others, they are for dual purpose. They are for dual purpose. But the goats that are recognized or known for production of milk are 3. They're commonly known. That is the Saanen, there is the Toggenburg, the one that I'm studying right now, and also the British Alpine. So I was only looking at the Toggenburg among us the 3 most commonly known dairy goats in South Africa. Thank you.
Any other questions? Inputs? You said the study is ongoing. You are still continuing the study, or the results are there because you presented the results?
Okay, there is still a study that I'm going to be looking at the genetic factors and how they are affecting the milk production traits. But these are the results that we are ready. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Clap hands for her again for the last time. The next speaker will be Chweni Tlonolofatsho. He will present on the evaluation of climate change influence on the non-point source pollution in the Sand River. Thank you very much, sir. You are protected.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chweni Tlonolofatsho. Today I'll be taking you through my findings for my study titled Evaluation of Climate Change Influence on non-point source pollution in the Sand River catchment, Limpopo, South Africa. This study was supervised by Dr. Artia Kambi and Prof. Chigor. Okay, on the background, the global climate change, the global climate is changing, and it is expected to continue to change into the future at rates anticipated to be unmatched in the history of humanity. South Africa's climate has been changing by warming up at the rate of 0.4 degrees Celsius per decade since 1961. The changes in climate conditions have had major detrimental impacts on the key water resource within the Limpopo province. Precipitation and temperature variations affect hydrological cycles, which had an impact on the transportation of non-point source pollution into and within water resources. Water sources in South Africa are facing enormous threats influenced by human activities and climate change. This resulted in water scarcity, water pollution, and increasing water demand. Sand River catchment is populated by higher agricultural farmland, which are some of major non-point source pollution contributors in the catchment. As indicated on the Google Earth picture there, you can see that that is the part of the Sand River catchment that is populated by agricultural activities. The optimization of crop production under changing climate requires the use of fertilizers rich in nutrient content such as nitrogen and phosphorus. On the problem statement, due to climate change, Limpopo is warmer and drier with increased frequencies of drought. Sand River catchment in Limpopo experiences precipitation in the later summer and little to no rain or precipitation for the rest of the year. The intensified irrigation due to dryness lead to agricultural runoff, which is a pathway for non-point source pollutants. Increased nutrients content in the Sand River could lead to eutrophication, which promotes algal bloom, resulting in lowering oxygen in the water, threatening aquatic life, water quality, and water security. I'll go to rationale or motivation of this study. Temperature and precipitation changes result in disturbance of agricultural activities, shifting of crop planting dates, and leaching of nutrients to nearby water bodies. There has been an extensive exploration of point source pollution studies in the Sand River catchment, of which we're focusing on the water and wastewater treatment works. There is, however, a depth of research on the non-point source pollution in the catchment. It is therefore vital to understand the influence of climate change on non-point source pollution in the Sand River catchment. This will aid the integrated management of non-point source pollution and sources of pollution in the catchment under changing climate. The aim of this study was to evaluate the influence of climate change on non-point source pollution and implement and propose the best management practices as nutrient management scenarios in the Sand River catchment. These are the following objectives that we had in the study, of which were to determine the 30 years observed climatic change that have occurred in the Sand River catchment, to evaluate the impact of precipitation and temperature variation on the sediment, total inorganic nitrogen, and total inorganic phosphorus loads in the Sand River catchment. The last objective was to implement and evaluate nutrient management scenarios for pollution control in the Sand River catchment. These are the questions that the study was sought to answer, which are linked to the objectives. Here we present the map of Sand River and a little description there. The Sand River is the right side tributary of Limpopo River, located at the northern part of Limpopo in South Africa, with the sources located in the Yersbeck, in the Waterberg District Municipality Mogalakwena in Limpopo. It flows northward through central Limpopo, cutting through the South Bend, across Deep George, Waterpoort in the Limpopo River. As you see, the location of the map is towards the north part of Limpopo and its location in South Africa. So a discharge its mouth is into Limpopo River. For this study, the input data for our model that we used in this study were the digital elevation model, land use, land cover, the soil data of the study area, which were downloaded in the United States Geographic Survey. And then we also had the meteorological data, of which was obtained from South African Weather Service, and water quality data, of which was obtained from the Department of Water and Sanitation. The Excel stat was used to analyze historical temperature and precipitation trends, and we also had QGIS, or Quantum Geographical Information System, which was used to store data and project SWOT plus simulations. We also had SWOT plus model, of which is Soil, Water, and Assessment Tool, which was used to simulate the impact of precipitation and temperature trends in sediment, total inorganic nitrogen, and total inorganic phosphorus loads, and to implement best management practices. The last software that was used was the SWOT plus toolbox, of which was used to calibrate and validate the module. On the first objective, the done parametric Mendel quintile test in the Excel stat was used to examine 30 years historical precipitation and temperature data. The main quintile test null hypothesis is that the time series has no trend, whereas the alternative hypothesis is that there is trend. And then the main quintile trend analysis equation was used to determine the trends. There is the equation that was used. And then for the second objective, SWOT plus model was designed by the United States Department of Agriculture. And then its aim was to assess and evaluate the impact of land use and climate change, and also implement the best management practices. So SWOT plus follows the following configuration. It requires hydrological data processing, catchment delineation, of which is creating of boundaries, and then definition of hydrological response units, of which are known by the unit areas with unique land use and soil data. And then we also have SWOT plus setup, analysis of sensitivity, calibration, and validation. The proposed analysis of sensitivity is to select the most sensitive variables for calibration of the model. The precise prediction of the sediment tin and tip loads was based on theoretical SWOT plus consideration. As you see the flow diagram there, we have the input data at the top there, meteorological data, QGIS and hydrological data, of which meteorological data is precipitation, temperature, wind speed, and solar radiation, and QGIS is digital elevation model, land use, land cover data, and also soil data. Then for hydrological data is our determinants that we want to analyze or evaluate. And then also we have SWOT plus as indicated, and then we have SWOT plus toolbox, and also we have SWOT model setup. At the end, we have calibration and validation. Then we use the module to application. We have application in our study. So at the top right corner, we are having the sensitivity variables for each determinant in the order of sensitivity level, and then for calibration and validation for all our determinants, of which is sediment, tin, and tip loads, we found that we have agreeing trend between observed and simulated data, with the NAS scaffold efficiency, R squared, and percentage bias agreeing or supporting our statement. And then the calibrated and validated SWOT plus model was used to simulate monthly and annual sediment, tin, and tip loads in the Sand River for 30 years and assess their correlation with precipitation temperature. The analysis of variance, one way or another, was used to determine the significance of the relationship between sediment, tin, and tip loads and with temperature and precipitation. On the best management practices, best management practices scenarios such as grass waterways, vegetative filter strip, and their combination were implemented for pollution control. The higher prioritized areas were critical source areas, which we know as sub-catchment in this study. For agricultural practice, were analyzed and selected for the adaptation. So as you see on the flow diagram, After calibration and validating the model, we had to identify the critical source areas, then implement best management practices on higher priority subcatchment, of which is those types and also their combination. At the end of the day, we calculate the load reduction. And then a resultant discussion. For our first objective, in the average temperature, as you see the graph there, the p-value indicated that the trend is statistically insignificant. However, the positive Z value and Kindle tau value indicated that there is an increase in average temperature. And the positive sense slope confirms the positive trend. As you see there, that our line of best fit indicate that the trend is increasing. For precipitation, the p-value indicated that the trend is statistically significant. The negative Z and Kindle tau value indicated that there is a decrease in precipitation, and negative sense loop confirms the negative trend as indicated in that graph. On the second objective, as we analyze intra-annually and annually, the intra-annual variation results show that the average monthly sediment tin and tip loads increases with an increase in average monthly precipitation and vice versa. This result was statistically significant. As you see that in the lowest precipitation months, also the loads of our determinants are lower. But as the precipitation increases, also our determinants increases. And then for temperature, we experience the same thing. However, with our correlation is moderate as compared to precipitation. Then I will go to interannual. The simulated average annual sediment tin and tip loads from 1993 to 2022 showed a direct correlation with average annual precipitation. The p-value was also found to be statistically significant. As you see on the graphs, for all sediment tin and tip against precipitation, as the precipitation decreases, they also decrease. And then it's also vice versa with temperature. As temperature increases, they both decrease, or they all decrease. And then on the identification of the implementation of best management practice, we first identified the critical source areas, of which were found to be subcatchment 6, 2, 7, and 9, of which the best management practice were implemented in. And then we found that the percentage reduction of 30 years average annual sediment tin and tip loads by vegetative filter at the subcatchment level, the best managed to decrease those determinants. The implementation of the combination of vegetative filter strip and grasswater waste resulted in significant reduction of sediment tin and tip loads. As you see there, the lowest best management practice that it was found to be vegetative filter strip, followed by the grass waterways. However, the combination significantly reduced both sediment tin and tip loads. Also, at the catchment level, we experienced the same. However, our reduction were lower as compared to subcatchment level. As you check there on the subcatchment level, the highest reduction was 71% for total inorganic phosphorus. But then on the catchment level, the reduction was 62%. Conclusions. The average annual temperature has been increasing, while a decrease in average annual precipitation in the past 30 years is observed in the Sand River catchment. Based on the obtained results, study confirms that Sand River catchment has been experiencing warming temperature and a decline in precipitation. The average annual precipitation has a direct correlation with the average annual sediment tin and tip loads. Conversely, average annual precipitation has an indirect correlation with the average annual sediment tin and tip loads. On the implementation of best management practice, the grass waterways reduced higher loads of sediment tin and tip as compared to vegetative filter strip. It is evident that the combination of best management practice can retain higher loads of sediment, tin and tip in the farmlands than the individual best management practice. From their findings, it is deduced that the implementation of best management practice must be prioritized at the critical source areas, of which is the sub-catchment level. This approach can achieve significant reduction of non-point source pollution in the Sand River catchment with lower cost of implementation, operation, and maintenance. On the recommendation, the obtained results showed that precipitation variation due to climate change is the main factor contributing to NPS pollution of surface water resources. Thus, it is crucial to apply a considerable amount of fertilizer products to reduce the amount of nutrients washed out from the agricultural farmlands into the water sources during heavy precipitation and intensified irrigation. In cases where the nutrients are applied intensively to produce high yields of crops, the best management practice must be considered to manage the runoff resulting from precipitation and intensified irrigation, which ultimately reduces the NPS pollution. The future climate change study should be conducted to assist the farmers to understand the future climate changes, their impacts on the agricultural activities, and how to adapt to and manage the impacts. I would like to acknowledge the following people and sectors, of which is Dr. R.T. Akambi and Prof. H. Chikore, Energy and Water Service Sector Education and Training Authority for funding this study, Department of Water and Sanitation and South African Weather Service to providing water and meteorological data, and also the University of Limpopo for giving me a chance to conduct the study. These are the references that I used in this presentation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Clap hands for him. Questions? Questions? Input, suggestions? Can I ask? Okay. Why temperature and precipitation? Because there are so many factors that might involve in terms of climate change.
Okay. The reason why I chose precipitation and temperature to conduct the studies because temperature and precipitation are the main indicators of climate change. We only observe climate change through those weather conditions. So, us knowing their impacts on the NPS pollution, it means we conquered the impact of climate change on an NPS pollution. Thank you.
Questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, how did you manage your data? I think you've got a data set from, you said what, which years?
1993 to 2022.
To 2022, and there have been changes in terms of the weather stations and positioning and the way they captured the data. How did you factor that into your studies?
Come again, sir?
I'm saying, how did you factor the changes in terms of the way the South African Weather Service has been handling data and their weather stations and the records and everything between 1991 and 2022? Because there were changes in between.
Yes,
and
yes.
how did you factor that into your analysis?
Okay. In terms of weather stations, the data that I was looking for weather station within the catchment. So when I requested that data from the South African Weather Service, they provided for the first 2 years, of which is 1993 and 1994, they gave data for a different weather station. And then for the rest of data, it was a different one. However, those weather stations are in close proximity. So the difference in the weather condition will be slight. Thank you.
Was it a monthly data or quarterly data?
I got data for monthly and annually because I wanted to evaluate the impact of temperature and precipitation monthly and also annually. So I got data for monthly and annual.
Satisfied? Okay. Thank you very much. Please clap hands for him. A miracle just happened when we were busy eating. It came to our attention before we went to lunch that Mr. Makoko is not around. Suddenly he's here and he's number 21 on the list. Can we please, colleagues, squeeze him to present before the last presenter? Mr. Makoko, Sydney, please come forward to present. You are protected. The last speaker should always be ready. Please clap hands for Sydney.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mama Gogo Sydney. I'll be taking you through my study, which is populational structure, genetic variability, and influence of inbreeding on stillbirth in South African Holstein dairy cattle. This is the outline of my presentation. I'll be taking you through the background. South African dairy industry comprises of various economic activities with significant difference in farm methods and the processing of dairy products. Holstein dairy cattle is one of the most used breed in South Africa, followed by the Jersey, Ayrshire, and the Guernsey breed. South African dairy cattle milk production contributes approximately 0.5% to the world milk production and contributing 13% to the 2.3% contribution of the agricultural sector towards the GDP. In all dairy cattle breeds, one of the most economically and ethically important trade is the stillbirth. The problem statement: intensive selection of the dairy sires in the dairy industry for high milk production and more use of biotechnologies such as artificial insemination for breeding opportunities resulted in the reduction of genetic diversity. This poses inbreeding depression and decreases effective population size, thus potentially giving rise to increasing stillbirth incidences. Incidences of stillbirth rate increases with about 6% to 11% during the past 25 years in the Holstein dairy cattle, indicating a problem associated with enhancing milk production. Stillbirth increases is associated with increased production costs due to preliminary culling, veterinary services, dam and calf mortalities, deterioration of milk yield, longevity of cows, and increasing cost of replacement stock are evaluated to deprive enterprise revenue. Because when you spend more money on cows, however, the milk is dropping, and the mills are also taking time to give calves, and due to stillbirth, you are now forced to buy replacement stock. That means you are taking out money off your farm instead of bringing in money. Globally, the population of dairy cattle, the increasing rate of stillbirth is a major problem. Increasing in the incidence of stillbirth in the Holstein dairy cattle breed is very detrimental to the profitability of the dairy enterprise and the dairy industry, as I've indicated that the Holstein dairy breed is one of the mostly used dairy breed in the dairy industry of South Africa. For example, stillbirth is classified as a trait of economic importance, thus the knowledge of cost and economic losses related to it may assist in decision making and implementation of proper management practices. This necessitates an evaluation of the population structure and current genetic variability in an effort to control the ever-escalating inbreeding depression. This will help in managing and maintaining farm animal genetic resources. The study aimed to outline the inbreeding rates and how it influences incidences across generations of the South African Holstein dairy cattle, whereby we'll be taking on by the objectives looking at the population structure and genetic variability, phenotypic trends across generation, stillbirth, and how is affected by genetic parameters. Our study site is the whole of South Africa, whereby it occupies most southern tip of Africa, which is along coastal stretching more than 3,000 kilometers from the desert borders with Namibia. Our experimental animal is the Holstein dairy cattle breed, which is known for its great milk production, and it normally weighs about 650 kg on average, standing at 147 centimeter tall. Animal management. The animals are managed conventionally, whereby there are normal or common practices, husbandry practices that were practiced would be putting the animals on a total mixed ration, which contains 51% of forage and 49% of concentrate, which are also given semi-continuous feed access. They are all vaccinated against common diseases such as brucellosis, bovine viral diarrhea, infectious bovine, and also the bovine respiratory syncytial virus. Replacement heifers selection and breeding was based on breeding values on productivity potential and pure breeding using good quality semen sourced at international level. Experimental design and data collection. The study used the longitudinal observational study, whereby we observe the behavior or the recordings of the animal over a long period of time. The secondary data was extracted from the integers database of registered South African Holstein dairy cattle, which included about 1 million Holstein dairy cattle born from 1945 to 2018. And we used the purposive sampling to determine the incidences of stillbirth so that we can remove animals which don't have complete data, and with those also the heads that has 10 animals. That is to make sure that we are not having a situation whereby a head is only having 2 animals and maybe all of them they are having stillbirth. That is going to give us wrong results. A total of around 308,157 cows from 1,769 heads were used, and we didn't use any sampling for pedigree analysis. The information that were gathered included pedigree data, calf sex, them factors, head, air, farm, and birth statuses. Stillbirth was recorded as 1 for life, 0 for alive, and 1 for death. Birth season and birth year effect were derived from the dam calf data. Statistical analysis. The data editing was done using, preliminary data editing was done using Microsoft Excel, where advanced data editing was done using SAS Vision 9.1. Average generation interval was computed with the formula given below. Incidence of stillbirth across generation was modeled using the general linear model procedure of SAS, whereby we used the fixed factors and the random factors. Phenotypic trends were determined with the model given below, and the Warrant 1933 formula was used to determine the inbreeding parameters. Our result, stillbirth incidences is shown on the scatter plot, whereby about 70% of our heads had close to 0% stillbirth, while some of the heads had 100% stillbirth. However, the average of our stillbirth at a populational level was around the 3.4%, which showed that there was a problem only in the head level. These are the phenotypic correlation of some of the factors that contribute to stillbirth, whereby stillbirth is shown to have significant correlation with birth year generation, however negatively and significantly correlated with dam parity and dam age. The correlation coefficient among various variability attributes, it showed that stillbirth was not significantly affected by generation, inbreeding coefficients of inbred, discrete generation equivalent, effective population size, and inbreeding change. This graph shows that the generation trend on the DGE, fixed inbreeding coefficients, and the inbreeding over time in South African Holstein dairy cattle, where we see that from the first generation moving towards the 6th generation, the GDE was increasing, however dropped in the 6th and the 7th generation, whereby the average F in inbreeds and average inbreeding rate was relatively less than 0.2. The effective attribute of and the genetic discrete generational equivalence and stillbirth incidences per generation is shown on the graph below, where we see that from the, if you can look on the NE, which is the effective population size, it shows that it is decreasing with the, is increasing with the generation while the change F is decreasing. And it also shows that the GDE is zero, is close to zero on the first 3 generations, showing that there was a less genetic improvement. However, from the 4th until the 7th generation, there was a major genetic improvement. In conclusion and recommendation, I would say that we realize there is a great variation in incidence of birth across the heads due to different environmental conditions, different head size and management practices. Effective population size mainly dependent on number of breeding males and has an inverse relationship with inbreeding. Inbreeding rate plays a vital role to the production performance because it reduces the productivity of the dairy industry. Stillbirth incidence was not influenced by inbreeding in this study, and across generation, discrete generational equivalent inbreeding coefficient change over F varied disruptively, emphasizing the progress being made in the population of Holstein dairy cattle. These are some of the references I used for the study. I'd like to acknowledge the department, my research team, and also all my colleagues that contributed. This marks the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mumakoko. Please clap hands for him again. Questions? We all drink milk, isn't it?
All right, thank you. Maybe I might have missed it. I want to ask, what is this stillbirth in simple terms? And is it the only factor, like a major factor contributing to the population growth of dairy cattle?
You said something about population growth of the dairy cattle. Well, we know that in the dairy industry, we depend on the animals to give birth so that we can be able to milk the animals, right? So stillbirth is simply whereby the animal is giving birth to an alive or a dead animal, right? However, some scholars also define stillbirth as a birth of a calf, whether that born and died also within the first 24 hours, right? And also to end up saying this was a stillbirth, the calf is also supposed to be carried at least more than 8 months and a half to be considered as a stillbirth. Below that is considered as a abortion. Your answer, right?
Yeah, you did answer me. However, I hit the mic. I was asking if the thing, what was I saying? I even forgot. Is it a major problem? Like, is it a major? Because you said it's an increasing, it's an forever, the English. But I hope you understand my question.
I'm not sure if I understand your question. You are saying, is stillbirth a major contributing factor to the productivity of the dairy head or dairy farm?
Yes, we can put it like that.
Yes, it's one of the major factors because we depend on the animals to be able to give birth so that we can be able to harvest milk or get milk from them, right? Because if the animal is maybe had stillbirth, right, it's normally not milked. Either they have to call some veterinary to come and assess the animal before they can decide what to do with it next or whether they milk it or not, right? As compared to an animal that gave birth normally and the calf is alive.
No, I'm fully answered. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I will stand. So my question is on choosing the breed that you chose, because you have said it very well that the breed that you chose is a breed that is currently doing well and is in major production. So couldn't you maybe go for a breed that was maybe struggling and try to maybe check if maybe if you can solve the issues of still breeding in that breed, we could have an increment in production? And also checking if did you really check if the breed that you are focusing on, is the production really declining in terms of the national statistics? And the second question is on why you used the 2017 SAP program to analyze, wasn't there something like a latest one, or maybe you didn't see like changes in the program? Why did you focus on the 2017, the late one? And then in terms of, I don't know how in animal you do it, but in terms of regression, when working with time series data, I saw you saying something about removing some of the observations because they had problems or they would give you some false results. Then in terms of statistically testing on how your sample, statistically testing if whether your sample has got certain errors, how did you go about that?
Okay, let me start with the last one, where you said why we removed a certain animals, right? I said that we only removed those animals with incomplete data and also those that, the herds that is having less than 10 animals, only for determining the stillbirth incidences. And only also explained that we did that so that we don't yield wrong impression, whereby we find a herd that's only having maybe one animal, 2 or 3. If we're having 3 animals and 2 of them is stillbirth, you see that's going to give us a high percentage of stillbirth in that herd. So if we were to draw conclusions from that particular data, it's going to give us wrong results, right? However, when we were doing on a populational level, where I was saying when we were doing a genetic or populational or pedigree analysis, we didn't remove any particular animal or individual in the data set, right? The other question was?
The other question was, why did you choose to use the 2017 SAP? And the other one was on the breed that you chose. Is it a struggling breed, or there are other struggling breeds? Because you specifically said that this is a major produced breed. Why do we really have to focus on this one? Well, there are others.
Okay, let's start with the one where you say I used 2017. Well, the study was my master study, so I did it it was initiated in 2021, I think. And I think in 2021 we were still on 17, right? If I'm not mistaken. And the one of choosing breed, I choose the Holstein dairy breed because it's the most widely used animal, right? So isn't it we are trying to improve the milk productivity in the whole of South Africa, right? So if we are trying to improve the milk productivity, it means that we have to look at the attributes that are main. If, for example, you say, why didn't I choose other breeds, right? You find that the likes of Guanzi maybe is contributing a small amount to the population of the animals that are used in the dairy industry, right? So you see that improving that particular breed is going to take time to improve the whole productivity of the country.
Good day. I heard you saying you're using semen internationally, from the international level. So I'm just curious to know, where actually did you obtain those semen? And then another thing that I want to know is to know, how did you manage to see the quality in the semen that you have obtained or you utilized?
Okay, thanks for the question. I indicated that I was using a secondary data, meaning that I didn't personally purchase semen or assess the semen, right? However, in the dairy industry, they practice artificial insemination, whereby they source or buy semen, right? For example, they buy them maybe at the shops such as Obaro or whatsoever, whereby they're able to source them outside of the country anywhere possible, as compared to, and it becomes cheaper as compared to having to export that particular animal from wherever it's located, right? That's why they're able to access those semen from the international market, right?
From your study, where specifically did you obtain, like, is it from China, America, that international semen that you used, where is it coming from in your study?
I didn't physically conduct the experiment. That's why I'm saying I use secondary data. So I don't know per se where particularly this particular farmer got the semen, right? That's why I'm giving example of those particular facilities that are able to provide those semen, right? For the farmers in South Africa can be able to practice artificial insemination, right? That's why I can't really say I got them from China or whatsoever.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you please clap hands for him? I hope you add it in the literature or in your rationale to justify why did you choose the black one or the black and white one over Jesse. We used to visit this other farm at Jasmine. We have always been told that Jesse is small in terms of the body, but it provides more of the milk than the black and white. Please just get something or a paragraph or 4 lines to justify that. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madumecha, and he's the last speaker. People used to say the first speaker break the ice. The last speaker will be the message to take to go home. Mr. Matapo, you are protected. He's going to present on the morphometric characterization of and structural indices of Nguni goats. A case study of Limpopo Province, South Africa. Clap hands for him again before I leave the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I go by Madumeja Matapo. I'm here to present to you a project titled Morphometric Characterization and Structural Indices of Nguni Goats in 4 agroecological zones of Limpopo Province, South Africa. So the goats farming is an industry that has been practiced by a large group of people in the rural area since they are easily managed. So Nguni goats, they are known as the multicolored medium ecotype of indigenous feld goats. So as you can see on the picture, figure 1, it displays the Nguni goats with different colors. So these goats, they contribute to the livelihood of the rural farmers in terms of meat, milk consumption, income generation, and also they are being used during cultural purposes. Despite their contribution, there is a genetic erosion that is occurring of these goats in the developing countries, which led them to be in a danger of being extinct. So this is caused by these goats being crossbred with the exotic breeds, which reduce their adaptability value. Then one of the challenges in conservation of animal genetic resource is a lack of knowledge on the best way that we can use to characterize the animals. However, the morphological characterization of the livestock genetic resource is the foundation of classification of any animal resources. So the classification that we are talking about is based on the size and the shape of the animals, which can lately be used as an indicator why these animals are kept for. Studies have been conducted on the morphological characterization of indigenous goats for conservation of their genetic resources. However, according to our knowledge, there is a limited information on the morphometric characterization and structural indices of Nguni goats. So the structural indices is a combination of 2 or more morphometric traits that are used to identify the type and the function of the goats. So the objective of the study was to assess the morphometric characterization and structural indices of Nguni goats. The hypothesis is in line with the objective. The study was conducted in 4 agroecological zones of Limpopo province. The figure 1 displayed the map of Limpopo province showing the different agroecological zones, where the green color, it indicates our arid zone, the yellow shows the semi-arid, the lime green sub-humid, and also the green one, the humid. So this study used the Nguni goats that were aged between 1 and 4 years old that were managed under the extensive production system. So during data collection, the cross-sectional design was employed where the farmers were visited once and the data was collected once from the goats. So the study used 30 farmers which were purposefully selected. Then in terms of the population, the sample size of the goats, the study used 426 goats, which we came across, about it using the census approach. As you can see, the figure 3 here, it shows the population of the Nguni goats that were used. Then the sample size was supported by the study that was published in 2017, which indicated that a sample size of 369 was suitable for this kind of study. So the figure 4, it displays the morphometric traits that were measured during the study, and these traits were measured using the Taylor measuring tape that is being displayed in figure 5. Then the body weight was taken using this weighing scale that is displayed under figure 6. Then the table 1, it shows the structural indices where we have the DTI, which it shows the structural fineness of the animal. So the DTI equals to or less than 10. It shows that the animal displays the phenotype for dairy goat, and those ones with the DTI greater than or equals to 11, they display the phenotype for meat goat. Then the TPI and also the LPI, they indicate the meat aptitude, where we find out that the TPI greater or equals to 33 and also the LPI less than or equals to 37, they showed that that animal is for meat. Then the PRI, it shows the shape of the animal, where we have 2 shapes, the rectangular one, which shows that the animal is a meat breed, and also the square one, which shows that is a dairy. So the PR less than 100, it shows that the animal displays the rectangular shape, and the PR greater than 100, it shows that that animal is for dairy goat. So the SPSS software was used for data analysis, where we used the technique called ANOVA to come up with the characterization. Then we used the LSD for mean separation at a p-value less than 0.01. Then for structural indices, we employed the Excel. So below here is the model that was used when we were using analysis of variance. So the table 2, it indicates the results of effect of agroecological zones on the morphometric traits of goats under these 4 zones. So we managed to find out that if you can check the red results here, they represent the female goats and the black one is for male. So under the female, we managed to find out that from these results, we found out there was a significant effect of agroecological zones on the morphometric traits. Then from arid zones, we found under the female goats, we managed to find out that the female goats, they performed better in terms of body weight, heart girth, and the cannon circumferences compared to the other female goats from this semi-arid, humid, and sub-humid. Then again, the male goats from arid, they also performed better in terms of the body weight, heart girth, body length. However, there was no significant difference between the body length with the withers height, the withers height, the rump length. It also showed that the male goats, they had the agrozones were differing across where the male from arid zone did well in terms of the testicular length and also the scrotum circumferences. So on the table, on the results of the structural indices, we focused on the overall, where we considered all the goats found in 4 agroecological zones of Limpopo province. Then we managed to find out that the DTI of those goats were equals to 11, then which it displays the phenotype for the meat goat. Then coming to the TPI and the LPI, we found out that the TPI of those goats were less than 33, however, those LPI was less than 32. Then on the PRI, we found out it was less than 100, which it displayed a rectangular shape. Then the results of the current study on the female goats, they were in agreement with the study that was published in 2015. However, it disagreed with the study that was published in 2019. So on the female goats, we found out that the significantly agroecological zones, it did influence several morphometric traits on the male goats, including the body weight, heart width, body length, rump length, and the rump width. Then this study were in line with the study that was published in 23. So the results of this study means that there was a variation in terms of morphometric traits across the agroecological zones. So going to the structural indices, our findings were not in agreement with those study published in 2023 who claimed that their goats were heavy meat goats. Then, however, the study that was published in 2021 on DTI were consistent with the study, with our study. Then on the PRI, the results in every agroecological zones were less than 100, indicating that these goats were for meat. Then the results of our study, they indicated that the Nguni goats displayed the meat goat phenotype. So this study concluded that the different agroecological zones had or exhibited the variance in morphometric traits of Nguni goats. Then the Nguni goats from 4 agroecological zones were considered to be the light meat goat according to the structural indices. So these are some of the results that, the references that I used when I compiled this presentation. So I would like to acknowledge the following people: Prof. Chias, Dr. Mgwabana, Chias Research Team, and the President of IVG Goats, Mr. Emmanuel Mudau of Matuba Genetics, and also University of Limpopo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, please clap hands for him. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Questions? 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 Was it that clear without question? Any input? There's a hand there. There's a hand here. Just take the podium.
Hi, I'm actually a plant geneticist, so I'm not so familiar with animals, but you do get mitochondrial inheritance that is passed on from female to the offspring. Do you think that this can be maybe also possible that you have non-nucleus DNA passed from the mother to the child that can have the difference in your female animals?
Can you?
Okay, when you have your egg, the nucleus, that's where your combination of genes takes place. But the mitochondria is also part that there's some DNA that's transferred from mother to child that is not in the nucleus, that is not in your sexual, what do you call it, in the semen or in the egg. It's passed on differently. So what I wanted to know is if you know about it and whether you're going to maybe look into that. We can discuss it afterwards.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
no problem. Yeah.
And then just what I also wanted to know is what caused the erosion the genetic erosion of your goats. You said it in your first sentence, there was erosion of indigenous goats. What caused that?
Okay, so if you can check this indigenous goats, the Nguni goats, in terms of productions, they are not doing well. So the farmers at the rural level, they tend to crossbreed them with the breeds such as the Boer goat and also the red Kalahari. So we tend to lose this genetics of the Nguni goats. So with this study, we were trying to improve, we are trying to find a way that we can come up with a breeding program that we can improve these Nguni goats without any crossbred. Maybe we can use the line breeding method.
Thanks, Mr. Matapo, for that good presentation. My question is that from your study, what is the advice to those farmers, because you are saying they are performing differently in different agroecological zones. So how can you advise me as a farmer of this breed? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The advice that I can give to the farmers with the results that I got. With the results, we managed to get that these goats, they are mid-type, and also they performed differently in terms of across the agroecological zones. So I'm going to advise these farmers to do away with the issue of crossbreeding. They rather, maybe the farmers from sub-unit and also the unit, they rather go and buy the rams from the arid, those ones that they perform well. Because if you can check on the results, I highlighted that they are performing well in terms of the body weight, the heart girth, which are the inherited traits. So if they can buy the indigenous goats, the Nguni goats from farmers under the arid zones, they can improve their goats that are not doing well. Then we can also use that information of the meat type to come up with a breeding program focusing on the meat. So we can advise them that when they select their animal, they can maybe focus on the body weight, the heart girth, select those ones that are doing well in terms of the body weight, the heart girth, knowing that they will pass that traits to the offspring, which will do well in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matapo. There are no questions. Thank you very much. You'll now leave the stage. And thank you very much, colleagues. Please clap hands for me. I've been moving up and down. So now, that was the last presenter. I will now call Professor Masuku to give us the go-ahead and announcement. Please clap hands for him.
Thanks, colleagues. I guess the day went well. I know it was very long, and majority of you look very tired. Thanks to the chairpersons, you all did well. All the presenters, you did well. And thanks to you for asking questions. Actually, you were assisting our adjudicators with your engagement, they managed to at least give marks. If you were quiet, then they were not going to be able to judge candidates or students on how they respond to questions. And I must also apologize for a few things, but I believe tomorrow things will be better. Always the first day is always having its own hiccups. So I understand some of you were complaining about arrival tea and all that. As you are aware, we have our sister faculty around here, and they assisted themselves before you arrived. And when you arrived here, there was nothing left for you. But that will be taken care of tomorrow. Maybe from colleagues who are actually going to campus, if you can assist in need of a projector. Anyone who's having a projector, please? Are you having it, ma'am? Is your hand going up? It is like going like... Anyone with a projector tomorrow, or anyone going to campus who can bring a projector tomorrow? No one? All right, no, it's fine. I'll see how we deal with that. But again, for tomorrow, please be on time. And the buses will leave exactly on time. Today, I guess you did well. Although the buses arrived a bit late, tomorrow we'll tell the drivers when they leave here today. The time we have agreed on, they must start the bus and hit the road, right? And please don't disappear here. We were trying to have other group to present because others are still presenting, but they are nowhere to be found. When the bus leaves and you are not there, you are no longer our responsibility, right? Make sure you don't go to the poolside or anywhere else. Just stick around where you will see the buses. When they leave, please rush there and drive home safely. The plan is to let you go back on time while it's still visible out there, right? So please don't go that side. Let's all stick around here. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say to you. And yeah, all the presenters, you did well. Don't worry about the adjudication. The issue is not adjudication, it's for you to share your work. And clap hands for yourselves. Let's meet